Imagine holding a fragile scrap of parchment, the edges browned and crumbling like dried autumn leaves, where the ink is faded but the message burns with a strange, archaic clarity. This is the Lost Laws of Kent, the earliest law code in English history. And right now, scholars are poring over its lines, realizing that these aren't just dusty rules, but a window into a world where the value of a man's life, the price of a severed thumb, and the penalty for stealing a chaotic neighbor's bees are meticulously catalogued. It is a document that screams of a civilization trying to carve order out of the absolute chaos of the Dark Ages, and it remains the very first time the English language was ever used to lay down the law. I'm glad you're here, wishing you peace, rest, and maybe a little historical inspiration before sleep. Take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Also, drop a comment down below, letting me know where you are watching from and what time it is in your corner of the world. It's always comforting to see the community spanning the globe while we settle in. To understand how we got to those laws and to the kingdom that wrote them, we have to rewind the tape. We have to go back before the laws were written, before there was even a Kent in the Germanic sense, to a time when the white cliffs of Dover weren't just a postcard image, but the very edge of the known world. This land, sticking out like a hitchhiker's thumb into the English Channel, has always been the front porch of Britain. If you're coming from Europe, friendly or otherwise, this is where you wipe your boots. The Romans knew it. They called it Cantium, naming it after the Cantiasi tribe who lived there, and for centuries it was the civilized, oyster-eating, wine-drinking gateway to the province of Britannia. Picture the scene around the year 410 AD. It's a bit melancholic, honestly. The great stone lighthouse at Dubris, what we call Dover today, is still flickering, cutting through the heavy channel fog. But the men tending the fire are anxious. The Roman legions, those distinct lines of red and steel that had clamped the island in an iron grip for 400 years, are packing up. It's not a sudden evacuation, really. It's more like a slow leak. Troops are recalled to defend the crumbling heart of the empire in Italy, and they just never come back. The villas with their underfloor heating, a luxury the British wouldn't see again for a millennium, are starting to go cold. The mosaics depicting gods and dolphins are gathering a fine layer of dust that no one is being paid to sweep away. When the last official letter comes from Emperor Honorius, essentially telling the Britons to look to their own defenses, it's the geopolitical equivalent of a breakup text sent after the mover's van has already left. The Britons of Cantium are alone, and nature, like politics, abhors a vacuum. For a few decades, the locals try to keep the lights on. They patch the roads, they maintain the walls, but the economy is collapsing. Without the Roman army to buy grain and leather, the markets shrink. And then, the neighbors start getting rowdy. From the north, the Picts and Scots sense weakness. They start climbing over Hadrian's wall like teenagers breaking into a closed park, raiding and burning. The Britons, specifically the Romano-British aristocracy, who still speak Latin and wear togas to dinner, are terrified. They are administrators, not warriors. They need security, and they need it cheap. Enter Vortigern. Now, history has been pretty rough on Vortigern. He's often painted as the villain of the piece, the proud tyrant whose arrogance doomed a nation. But if we look at him through a softer lens, Maybe he was just a desperate manager trying to outsource a problem he couldn't fix in-house. He holds the title of High King of the Britons, but that's a shaky crown to wear when the roof is caving in. He looks at the map and sees a solution that had worked for Rome in the past. Mercenaries, specifically Germanic mercenaries from across the North Sea. The idea is simple, almost elegant. You hire the wolves to fight the other wolves. You invite these fierce, seafaring warriors down. Give them a bit of land on the coast to keep them happy, and point them at the Picts. It's the classic foederati system. It works perfectly, right until the moment it doesn't. Around the year 449 AD, though dates in this era are as slippery as a wet river stone, three ships appear on the horizon off the coast of Kent. These aren't the heavy, square-sailed Roman galleys. These are clinker-built longships, shallow-drafted, looking like predatory sea serpents gliding over the grey swell. They are known as caiulis or keels, and standing on the prows are two brothers whose names sound less like people and more like totems, Hengist and Horsa. Translated, their names mean stallion and horse. It's possible these are nicknames, or perhaps titles, or maybe we're drifting into the realm of myth here, but let's assume they were real, breathing men. They are Jutes. Now, the Jutes are the mysterious third cousin of the Angles and Saxons. We know they likely came from Jutland, the northern tip of Denmark, and they were distinct. They had their own jewelry styles, their own pottery, and their own way of burying the dead. They were distinct, and they were dangerous. Vortigern meets them, likely with a forced smile, and strikes the deal. He offers them the Isle of Thanet. Today, Thanet is just part of the Kentish mainland, separated by some marshy drainage ditches. But back then, it was a true island, cut off from the rest of Kent by the Wonsum Channel. A massive stretch of water 2 miles wide, deep enough for ships to sail through from the Thames estuary down to Sandwich. It was a perfect containment zone. Vortigern probably thought he was being clever. He puts the mercenaries in a natural cage. Here is your land, he says. Stay here, protect the river mouth, and I will feed you. Hengist and Horsa accept. They beach their ships at a place called Ebbsfleet. Imagine the sound of that landing, the wood scraping against the shingle, the splash of boots into the surf, the smell of salt and wet wool. This moment is the seed from which the entire kingdom of Kent, and eventually England, will grow. It's quiet, though. There's no thunderclap, just the crying of gulls and the wind whipping through the tall marsh grass. For a while, the arrangement works. The Jutes are good at what they do. They sail north, they smash the Pictish raiding parties, and they return to Thanet to collect their paycheck, which comes in the form of food and supplies provided by the Kentish locals. It's a transactional relationship. The Britons of Kent look across the wide Wonsum Channel at night, seeing the fires of the Jutish camps, and they probably feel a mix of relief and dread. It's like keeping a tiger in the garden shed. It keeps the burglars away, but you have to be very, very careful when you open the door to feed it. Hengist, the elder brother, is the brains. He watches. He observes the weakness of the Britons. He sees that the land of Kent is fertile, much more fertile than the sandy, wind-blasted dunes of Jutland. He sees the abandoned Roman estates, the orchards still bearing fruit, the sheep grazing on the chalk downs, and he starts to send word home. This is the part of the story where the gateway to Britannia swings open a little too wide. Hengist sends messages back across the North Sea. The land here is rich, he tells his kin, and the people are weak. It's a siren call. More ships start to arrive. They slip into the Wansum Channel, their holds packed not just with warriors, but with wives, children, cattle, and dogs. The temporary military outpost on Thanet is turning into a colony. The cage is getting crowded. The Britons in Kent are starting to get nervous. The food supplies they promised to Vortigern to feed the mercenaries are being stretched thin because there are suddenly so many more mouths to feed than agreed upon. The monthly subscription fee for protection is skyrocketing. You can imagine the tense meetings in the local Roman-style town halls in Canterbury. Then called Durovanum Cantiacorum, the local magistrates are wringing their hands. They want more grain, someone says. They want more beer. They say their cousins have arrived. Hengist is savvy. He's not just a brute. He's a politician. He maneuvers Vortigern into a corner. In some versions of the history, this is where the romantic entanglement happens. Vortigern allegedly falls for Hengist's daughter, Rowena, trading huge swathes of land just for her hand in marriage. But even if we strip away the romance, the dynamic is clear. The power is shifting. The Jutes are no longer employees. They are becoming the landlords. The cultural clash in this narrow strip of land must have been intense. On one side of the channel, you have the Romano-Britons clinging to the fading grandeur of the empire, speaking a mix of Latin and Brittonic, worshipping Christ, or perhaps a blend of Roman and Celtic deities. On the other side, on the Isle of Thanet, you have the Jutes, worshipping Woden and Thunor, speaking a guttural Germanic tongue, living in timber halls rather than stone villas. It's two worlds staring at each other across a strip of water that is slowly becoming less of a barrier and more of a highway. As the seasons turn, the Jutes get restless. They have secured the gateway, but they are realizing they don't want to be gatekeepers anymore. They want the house. The specific geography of Kent is crucial here. It is a peninsula, defended by the sea on three sides, and the great forest of the Undredsveld on the fourth. It is a natural kingdom waiting to be seized. Hengist and Horsa look at the white cliffs, at the rolling downs, and they stop looking like mercenaries. They start looking like conquerors. The supplies from the Britons stop coming. Perhaps a protest. Perhaps just a logistical failure due to a bad harvest. And that is the spark. The contract is broken. The Jutes declare that since the Britons have failed to pay, the treaty is void. They are no longer bound to stay on Thanet. The keels are pushed off the sand at Ebbsfleet one last time, not to sail home, and not to fight the Picts. They turn their prows inward toward the rich heartland of Kent. The gateway to Britannia has been breached, not from the outside, but from within. The guests are coming into the living room, and they have their swords drawn. The sun sets on Roman Cantium, and in the twilight, the outline of the Kingdom of Kent begins to take shape, carved out by the ambition of two brothers who refuse to go home. The water of the Wansum Channel is calm when they cross, betraying nothing of the violence about to unfold. It is a short journey from the isolation of Thanet to the mainland of Kent, but it is a crossing that marks the end of one age and the bloody birth of another. Hengist and Horsa, the stallion and the horse, are no longer waiting for permission. They are moving with the focused intent of predators who have realized the fence is down. History, at this point, becomes a blend of battlefield reports and campfire ghost stories. We aren't just dealing with dry troop movements. We are dealing with the foundational myths of the English people, stories told and retold until the truth is as hard and polished as a river pebble. The Britons, realizing their mistake too late, try to rally. Vortigern, the man who invited the wolves in, is now scrambling to find a stick big enough to beat them back. But the momentum is against him. The first major clash happens at Aylesford. If you go there today, you can still feel the weight of the geography. There's a ford across the River Medway, a crucial choke point. If you want to move from the coast into the deeper heart of Britain, you have to cross here. The battle is fierce, a chaotic scrum of iron and wood, shouting in Brittonic and Jutish. It is here that the family business takes a hit. Horsa, the brother, falls. We don't know how. An arrow, a spear thrust, a lucky blow from a desperate Briton. But he dies on the banks of the Medway. His death changes the tenor of the invasion. It becomes personal. Hengist is now the sole leader, and his grief likely fuels a colder, sharper rage. He isn't just looking for land anymore. He is looking for dominance. He pushes the Britons back, driving them toward the coast, toward the sea, reversing the very migration he had led. The chronicle tells us the Britons fled like fire, an evocative image of panic and total displacement. But the fighting isn't just open battles. This is where the story gets dark, entering the realm of treachery that stains the reputation of the Jutes forever in the eyes of the Welsh chroniclers who wrote about it centuries later. This is the Night of the Long Knives. The story goes that, after years of grinding warfare, a peace conference is called. Both sides are exhausted. The crops are burning, the trade is dead, and nobody is winning fast enough. Vortigern and his nobles agree to meet Hengist and his top warriors. They choose a neutral site, perhaps a hilltop or a clearing in the ancient woods. The rule is strict: no weapons. This is a parley, a moment for diplomacy, for mead and negotiation. Imagine the tension in that tent or hall. The air is thick with smoke and the smell of roasted meat. On one side, the Romano-British nobility, men in tunics, perhaps still clinging to Roman titles, trying to maintain the dignity of a civilization that is rapidly evaporating. On the other, the Jutish thanes, men with braided hair, heavy gold arm rings, their faces weathered by the North Sea salt. They drink together. The mead flows. The guards are outside. It seems for a flickering moment that a treaty might be possible. Then, Hengist stands up. He raises his cup. Perhaps a signal. Perhaps just a dramatic pause. And he shouts the code words that every British child would learn for 1,000 years. Nimat eora seaxas. Take out your knives. The Jutes had hidden their seaxes, long, single-edged fighting knives, the very weapon that gives the Saxons their name, inside their boots or under their cloaks. In a heartbeat, the feast turns into a slaughter. The British nobles, unarmed and unsuspecting, are cut down where they sit. It is brutal, intimate violence. There is no shield wall here, no honorable formation. Just knives in the dark, the overturning of tables, the spilling of wine and blood. Vortigern is spared, but only to be ransomed. He is a king without a court, a leader without an army. To save his own life, he signs away the kingdom. He grants Hengist not just Kent, but also the lands of Essex and Sussex. effectively handing over the entire frantic southeast corner of Britain. The Night of the Long Knives is likely a legend, a folklore motif found in other Germanic tales, but it metaphorically captures a very real truth. The takeover was absolute, and it felt like a betrayal of the highest order to the native population. The trust was shattered, never to be repaired. With the British leadership decimated, the resistance in Kent crumbles. The Jutes fan out. They move into the old Roman towns, but they don't live in them the way the Romans did. They are wary of the stone ruins. To a Germanic warrior, a crumbling Roman villa with its hollow windows and echoing bathhouses feels haunted, a place of ghosts and entish work, the work of giants. They prefer to build their timber halls nearby, on the rising ground, leaving the Roman streets to the weeds and the wolves. Canterbury, the great city, falls silent. The tile roofs collapse. The amphitheatre fills with earth. The Jutes rename it Cantoirabur, the fortress of the men of Kent. They take the name of the land, Cantium, and reshape it in their own tongue. They are no longer just Jutes. They are becoming the Cantware, the Kentish people. This consolidation of power is ruthless. The remaining British population faces a grim choice: flee west into the hills of Wales or the damp moors of Cornwall, be killed, or submit and become slaves. Many flee. The archaeological record shows a sharp break. The pottery styles change overnight. The language shifts. The altars to Christ are abandoned. And in the sacred groves and wooden temples, sacrifices are now made to Woden, the one-eyed wanderer, and Thunor, the thunder-bringer. Hengist reigns for decades, a patriarch of a new dynasty. He invites his son, Oisc, to join him. Oisc is a pivotal figure, often overshadowed by his father, but vital. While Hengist was the conqueror, the breaker of shields, Oisc is the builder. He is the one who turns a military occupation into a kingdom. The royal line of Kent won't be called Hengistings. They will be called the Oisingas, the sons of Oisc. It suggests that while Hengist cleared the land, Oisc was the one who planted the roots deep enough to hold. By the time Hengist dies, around the year 488 AD, the map has been redrawn. The gateway to Britannia is firmly shut to the Britons. The white horse of Kent, a symbol that might link back to Horsa, or simply to the Germanic reverence for the animal, becomes the emblem of the land. The chaos of the invasion settles into a heavy, watchful peace. The Jutes have secured their corner of the island. But it is a strange kingdom. It is culturally distinct from the Saxon kingdoms growing in Wessex or the Anglian kingdoms in the north. Because they are Jutes, and because they sit on the trade routes to Francia, modern France, they keep a flavor that is unique. They are wealthier, more connected to the continent, and their social structure, which we will see later, is unlike anything else in England. The Night of the Long Knives fades into legend, becoming a story told by old men by the fire to explain why they rule this rich green land. The blood washes into the soil, feeding the orchards and the wheat. The Roman roads are still there, straight and true, but now they are trodden by men who worship different gods and obey different laws. The darkness of the violent conquest passes, and the sun rises on a kingdom that is no longer Roman, no longer British, but something entirely new. The Kingdom of Kent has survived its birth. Now, it has to figure out how to live. With the blood of the conquest washed away by the rains, and the screaming of the battlefield replaced by the lowing of cattle, The kingdom of Kent begins to settle into a rhythm that is uniquely its own. It's easy to look at a map of Anglo-Saxon England and think it's all just one big, muddy smudge of Germanic tribes doing roughly the same thing: farming, fighting, and drinking mead. But if you zoom in on Kent, really lean in close, you see that the Jutes built something structurally different from their Saxon neighbors in the west or the Angles in the north. They didn't just copy-paste the social systems they left behind in Denmark. They adapted, blending their own heritage with the ghostly footprints of the Roman estates they now occupied. The land itself dictates the life. Kent is a kingdom of textures. You have the white chalk of the North Downs running like a spine through the county, dry and high. You have the rich, loamy soil of the coastal plains, perfect for barley and wheat. And then, looming to the south, you have the Andredsweald, the Weald. In the early days, this isn't just a forest, it's a green ocean. It is dense, dark, and ancient, a tangle of oak and beech that stretches for miles, largely uninhabited but deeply vital to the economy. To manage this diverse landscape, the Jutes don't carve the land into hundreds, like the Saxons eventually would. Instead, they organize the kingdom into lathes. A lathe is a fascinating administrative concept, one that has puzzled historians and delighted geographers for centuries. Picture a slice of cake cut from the kingdom. A single lathe usually cuts across the grain of the geography, encompassing a piece of the coast, a strip of the fertile downs, and a chunk of the deep forest. This is brilliant design. It means that every administrative district is self-sufficient. The people living in the lathe have access to salt and fish from the sea, grain from the fields, and timber and pannage, pig food from the forest. They don't need to trade with the next district over to survive. They have everything they need in their own vertical slice of the kingdom. It creates a sense of independence and localized power that defines the Kentish character. Within these lathes, the center of gravity is the royal vill or tun, a central estate where the king's reeve lives, collecting the food rents and keeping an eye on things. But the real star of this show, the person who makes this system hum, isn't the king or the reeve. It's the churl. Now, in later medieval history, the word churl becomes an insult. It means a peasant, a low-born, rude person, someone scraping the mud for a turnip. But in early Jutish Kent, being a churl is a badge of honor. It means something entirely different. The Kentish churl is the aristocrat of the peasantry. He is a freeman in the truest sense. He owns his land. He isn't a tenant scraping by on a lord's leftovers. He holds his farm directly, perhaps answering only to the king. The status of these men is staggering compared to their counterparts in Wessex or Mercia. If you were to kill a Kentish ceorl, which, by the way, I wouldn't recommend, as they tend to have large families with sharp spears, the wergild, or blood price, you would have to pay to his kin is immense. In the cold calculus of Dark Age law, a Kentish ceorl's life is valued significantly higher than a freeman anywhere else in England. He is the backbone of the kingdom, the heavy infantry in the shield wall, and the prosperous farmer in peace. This wealth trickles down into the dirt they farm. The archaeological finds from this period in Kent are, frankly, showing off. While other kingdoms are burying their dead with simple iron knives and maybe a few glass beads, the Kentish graves are glittering. We find brooches made of gold, set with garnets. those deep red gemstones that look like drops of crystallized blood. We find amethyst beads imported from the Mediterranean, cowrie shells from the Red Sea, and intricate glassware from the Rhineland. This tells us something crucial. Kent was never isolated. Even in the so-called Dark Ages, the gateway to Britannia was still slightly ajar. The Jutes maintained strong ties with their Frankish neighbours across the Channel, while the rest of England was looking inward, trying to figure out how to survive. Kent was looking south, trading, drinking Frankish wine, and adopting fashions that were a cut above the rest. There is a cosmopolitan flair to the Kingdom of Kent, a sense that they are the sophisticated cousins at the family reunion who showed up in imported silk, while everyone else is wearing homespun wool. Let's walk through a year in the life of one of these Kjorls. It's a life governed by the seasons and the unique geography of the lathe. In the spring and summer, the focus is on the arable lands in the north and east. The heavy plows, pulled by teams of oxen, turn the earth. The fields are rich, fed by the same soil that made Roman Cantium the breadbasket of the south. They grow wheat, barley, oats, and rye. They keep bees. Honey is the only sugar they have, and more importantly, the key ingredient for mead. So beekeeping is serious business. But as autumn approaches, the rhythm changes. This is the season of the den. If you look at a map of Kent today, you'll notice dozens of towns ending in den, Tentenden, Biddenden, Benenden. In the Jutish tongue, a den is a woodland pasture, specifically for pigs. When the acorns begin to fall in the massive oaks of the Andredsveld, the great transhumance begins. It's a sight to imagine. Drovers gather hundreds of pigs from the settled farms in the north. They drive them down ancient trackways, deep, rutted paths worn into the clay over centuries, into the dark canopy of the Weald. These paths, known as droves, are the arteries of the kingdom's economy. The pigs are let loose in the dens to fatten up on acorns and beech mast. This is vital. A fat pig means salted pork for the winter. It means survival. The men live in temporary shelters in the woods, watching the herds, keeping the wolves at bay. It's a rough, wild existence for a few weeks, a stark contrast to the settled, civilized life of the farmsteads. This duality, the open, civilized fields and the wild, enclosed, deep woods, shapes the Kentish psyche. They are farmers, but they are also woodsmen. They are settled, but they are mobile. The social structure is reinforced by a system of food rent. The king doesn't tax you in coins, he taxes you in calories. A Tjol might owe the king's court a certain amount of honey, a number of loaves of bread, a few barrels of ale, and a sheep or two every year. In exchange, the king provides justice and protection. It's a tangible social contract. When the king travels, he eats his way through the kingdom, moving from Royalville to Royalville, consuming the rents on sight. It keeps the court mobile and the king visible. You can't be a distant tyrant when you're sleeping in your subject's guest hall and eating his bread. There is also a distinct lack of the manorial system that would later dominate feudal England. In many parts of Europe, the lord owns the land, and the peasants are just part of the machinery. In Kent, the concept of folkland prevails. The land belongs to the people who work it, subject to duties to the king, but it is theirs. They can leave it to their heirs. This plants the seeds for a custom known as gavelkind, which we'll see fully codified later. Unlike the cruel primogeniture of later years, where the eldest son takes everything and the rest get nothing. Kentish tradition tends to split the inheritance. It's fairer, though it tends to chop land into smaller and smaller parcels over time. But for now, it creates a society of stakeholders. Every man has something to lose, which makes them fight harder to keep it. This is the engine of the Oisingas. It isn't just a military occupation anymore. It is a functioning, wealthy, agrarian state. The timber halls are growing larger. The feasts are becoming more elaborate. The stories told around the fire aren't just about the war of conquest anymore. They are about local disputes, the price of wool, and the quality of the harvest. By the late 6th century, this stability has created a platform for ambition. The Kingdom of Kent is a loaded spring. It has the wealth, it has the trade connections, and it has a confident, free population. All it needs is a leader with the vision to look beyond the borders of the lathes and see the bigger picture. The isolation of the early conquest years is ending. The fog over the channel is lifting, and the world outside is getting ready to knock on the door again. The Curls are tending their pigs in the deep woods, unaware that their king is about to make a marriage alliance that will change the spiritual destiny of the entire island. The golden age of pagan Kent is at its zenith, calm and prosperous, basking in the quiet before the next great cultural storm. If history teaches us anything, it's that ambition is usually learned the hard way. For Ethelbert, the young king of Kent, who ascended to the throne around 560 AD, the lesson came early, and it came with a bruise. He was the great-grandson of Oisk, possessing a pedigree that screamed authority. But in the rough and tumble politics of 6th century Britain, a famous last name wasn't enough to stop a spear. Early in his reign, full of youthful arrogance and perhaps misjudging his own strength, he tried to flex his muscles against the West Saxons. He marched his army west, likely intending to grab territory, but he ran straight into a wall named Ceolin, the King of Wessex. The resulting clash at Wimbledon, the first recorded battle between two Anglo-Saxon armies rather than against the Britons, was a disaster for Kent. Ethelbert was beaten back, his army bloodied, his pride dented. He retreated to the safety of his lathes, behind the shield of the Weald and the Medway. But here is the mark of a great king. He didn't sulk. He learned. He realized that raw aggression wasn't going to work against the battle-hardened Saxons to the west. If he wanted to rule, he needed to be smarter. He needed to be richer. He needed friends in high places. So, Ethelbert played the long game. He waited. He watched as the other powerful kings of the era, including his rival Tovlin, grew old and died or fell into internal squabbling. He focused on consolidating his wealth, using that unique Kentish economy we talked about to build a treasury that was the envy of the island. And as the decades passed, the balance of power shifted. The young, defeated prince matured into a formidable, wealthy statesman. By the late 6th century, he had achieved something no Kentish king had done before him. He was acclaimed as Bretwalda. The title, Bretwalda, is a heavy one. It translates roughly to Britain ruler or wide ruler. It didn't mean he was the King of England. That concept didn't exist yet. It meant he was the overlord. He was the godfather of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms south of the Humber. The kings of Essex, East Anglia, and Sussex might have worn crowns, but they nodded when Ethelbert spoke. They paid him tribute. They asked his permission before starting wars. His influence stretched from the white cliffs of Dover all the way up to the borders of Northumbria. The defeated boy had become the master of the South. But being the biggest fish in the British pond wasn't enough. Ethelbert looked across the English Channel and saw a world that was brighter, richer, and more sophisticated. He saw the kingdom of the Franks, inhabiting what is now France, were the superpowers of post-Roman Europe. They were Christians, they were wealthy, and they were the direct inheritors of Roman style. To a Jutish king living in a timber hall, the Merovingian court of Paris must have seemed like another planet. Ethelbert wanted a piece of that prestige. He decided he needed a wife, and not just a local noblewoman from a neighboring tribe. He wanted a Frankish princess. Negotiations were opened with King Charibert of Paris. This was a bold move. It was essentially a barbarian king asking for the hand of a civilized princess. Surprisingly, the Franks agreed. But there was a catch, a massive, non-negotiable condition that would change the course of history. The princess, Bertha, was a devout Christian. The Franks were not about to send a daughter of the Merovingian bloodline into a heathen wilderness to lose her soul. The deal was this: Bertha would marry Ethelbert, but she must be allowed to keep her faith. She would bring her own personal chaplain, and she would be free to pray to her God without interference. Ethelbert, the pragmatist, agreed. He likely viewed this as a small price to pay for the alliance. What was one Christian priest in a kingdom full of Woden worshippers? And so, Bertha arrived in Kent. Imagine the scene at the landing. The Jutish warriors, with their long hair and iron-rimmed shields, watching as this Frankish entourage disembarks. Bertha, dressed in fine linen and silks dyed in colors the locals rarely saw, steps onto the Kentish shingle. Beside her walks Bishop Leudhard. He is likely an older man, carrying the symbols of his office, a cross, perhaps a chalice, things that look alien and strange to the onlookers. He is the first Christian bishop to walk openly in Kent in nearly 200 years. The marriage is a success. By all accounts, Ethelbert treats Bertha with immense respect. He doesn't convert, not yet, but he keeps his word. He gives her a space to worship. Just outside the walls of Canterbury, on a small rise to the east of the city, stood the ruins of an old Roman building. It had been a mausoleum, or perhaps a small shrine in the days of the empire, now roofless and overgrown with nettles. Ethelbert cleans it out and gives it to his wife. They repair the walls, likely using Roman bricks scavenged from the nearby ruins. They patch the roof. They consecrate the altar. This becomes St. Martin's Church. It is still there today, the oldest church in the English-speaking world, still in constant use. Picture that tiny candle burning in the darkness of pagan England. Every Sunday, while the king and his thanes are sacrificing cattle to Thunor, or pouring libations to Woden in the great timber hall, the queen and her chaplain are chanting Latin psalms just a few hundred yards away. The smoke of the cooking fires mixes with the smoke of incense. It is a peaceful coexistence, a don't ask, don't tell policy on a royal scale. This marriage turbocharges the Kentish economy. The connection to the Franks opens the floodgates of trade. Suddenly, high-status goods are pouring into Kent. We see the introduction of gold coinage, the tremises or thrimsa. Before this, the economy was largely barter or bullion-based, hacking bits off silver arm rings to pay for things. Now, stamped gold coins are circulating. It elevates the sophistication of the market. The ceramic pottery improves. The jewelry becomes even more intricate, culminating in the famous Kentish disc brooches, masterpieces of garnet cloisonné work that rival anything being made in Constantinople. Ethelbert's court in Canterbury transforms. It becomes a cosmopolitan hub. You would hear Frankish spoken as often as Jutish. You would see merchants from the Rhineland, perhaps even traders from as far away as the Mediterranean. The king sits at the center of this, the Bretwalda, draped in fine cloaks, drinking imported wine from glass vessels. He has achieved the stability his ancestors fought for. But there is a subtle influence at work, one that Ethelbert perhaps underestimates. It is the influence of pillow talk. Bertha is not just a trophy wife. She is a pious woman living in a pagan land. Every day, by her example, she is softening the ground. She is showing the king that Christianity isn't a threat to his power. In fact, the most powerful kings in Europe, her own family, are Christians. She normalizes the faith. She makes the cross a familiar symbol in the royal household. Bishop Ludhard, too, plays a quiet but vital role. He isn't an evangelist in the aggressive sense. He doesn't stand on street corners shouting at the pagans. He is a court chaplain. He ministers to the queen. But his presence is a constant reminder of the world beyond the channel. He likely talks to the king, answering questions about Roman law, about literacy, about how the great kingdoms of the south are run. He plants the idea that to be truly civilized, to be a king of the first rank, one needs the trappings of Rome. And in the 6th century, the trappings of Rome are the trappings of the church. By the year 596 AD, Ethelbert is a man in his prime, powerful and secure. The kingdom of Kent is at peace. The harvest is good. The trade routes are humming. But the king knows there is one final step to take. He is still, in the eyes of his wife's powerful relatives, a pagan. A noble pagan, perhaps, but a pagan nonetheless. He is outside the club. There is a sense of anticipation in the air. The trade ships bringing wine and pottery also bring news. They bring rumors that the Bishop of Rome, a man named Gregory, has turned his gaze toward the Angles living at the end of the world. They say he has dispatched a mission. Ethelbert doesn't stop the ships. He doesn't close the ports. He has spent 30 years building bridges to the continent, and he is not about to burn them now. He waits. He knows that his power as Bretwalda relies on his prestige, and there is no greater prestige than being the man who brings Rome back to Britain. He looks at his wife, praying in her little restored chapel, and he realizes that the gods of his fathers, the gods of the forest and the storm, might have served the Jutes well in the chaos of the invasion, but for the stability of a kingdom, he might need a god of laws, of books, and of cities. The stage is perfectly set. The door is unlocked. The hinges are oiled, and the light is on in the hallway. The gateway to Britannia is open once again, and walking up the path are 40 monks who are terrified of the barbarians they are coming to save, unaware that the barbarian king is sitting on his throne, waiting for them with a curiosity that will change the world. To understand why a group of Italian monks ended up shivering on a beach in Kent, we have to look at a man named Gregory. History calls him Gregory the Great, and he was the Pope in Rome. But before he wore the papal tiara, he was just a high-ranking deacon with a keen eye for a sad story. The legend, and it is a legend, but one so persistent it carries the weight of truth, says that one day, years before he became Pope, Gregory was walking through the slave markets of Rome. Amidst the swarthy faces of the Mediterranean, he saw a group of boys for sale. They were striking, fair skin, light eyes, and hair the color of straw. Gregory stopped. He asked the slave trader where these boys were from. They are Angles, the trader said, referring to the Germanic tribes of Britain. Gregory, possessing a wit that history has kindly preserved, looked at their angelic faces and replied, Non angli, said Angeli, not angels, but angels. He asked if they were Christian. When told they were pagans, he sighed deeply, lamenting that such bright faces should belong to the Prince of Darkness. That image stuck with him. It gnawed at him. When he finally ascended to the throne of St. Peter, he decided it was time to reclaim the lost province of Britannia. He didn't send an army. Rome didn't have armies to spare anymore. He sent a prior from his own monastery, a man named Augustine. Now, Augustine of Canterbury is a saint, and rightly so, but let's be honest, he was also a reluctant hero. He wasn't an Indiana Jones type. He was a scholar, a bureaucrat of the soul. When Gregory ordered him to take 40 monks and head to the edge of the known world, Augustine was terrified. In fact, the mission almost failed before it started. The party got as far as Provence in southern France, heard horror stories about the savage, meat-eating barbarians across the channel, and decided they'd rather not be martyrs. Thank you very much. Augustine actually went back to Rome to beg Gregory to call it off. Gregory, being made of sterner stuff, essentially told him to stop being a coward and get back on the boat. So, in the spring of 597 AD, the reluctant mission crossed the channel. And where did they land? History loves a rhyme. They landed at Ebbsfleet, on the Isle of Thanet. It was the exact same spot where Hengist and Horsa had beached their keels 150 years earlier. But instead of axes and shields, this invasion force carried silver crosses and painted boards. Instead of the war cry of the Jutes, the wind carried the sound of Latin Gregorian chant. The news was carried swiftly to King Ethelbert in Canterbury. Strangers have arrived. They dress like women in long robes, they shave the tops of their heads, and they claim to bring a message from the god of the Franks. Ethelbert, as we know, was expecting this. He had been prepped by his wife, Queen Bertha, but he was still a Jutish king, and he was cautious. He agreed to meet these strangers, but he set a very specific condition. The meeting had to take place outdoors, under the open sky. In the superstitious logic of 6th century paganism, this was a safety measure. The Jutes believed that sorcerers lost their power in the open air. If you met them inside a building, they could work their mind magic on you, twisting your thoughts. Ethelbert wasn't about to let these Roman wizards hex him in a confined space. The scene of that meeting on the Isle of Thanet is one of the great tableaus of English history. On one side, you have King Ethelbert, surrounded by his thanes, big men with braided hair, hands resting on the hilts of their swords, skeptical and imposing. On the other side, Augustine and his 40 monks approach in a solemn procession. They are carrying a heavy silver cross and a large wooden board painted with the image of Christ, an icon. They are chanting a litany, their voices rising and falling in the strange hypnotic modes of the early church. They stop before the king. Augustine, likely speaking through a Frankish interpreter provided by the queen, begins to preach. He tells the king of the creation of the world, of the fall of man, of the sacrifice of Jesus, and of the eternal kingdom that awaits the faithful. He offers Ethelbert not just a new god, but salvation. The king listens, he watches, he looks at the terrifying discipline of these men who have traveled across the world on the orders of a distant priest. And then Ethelbert gives his reply. It is a masterpiece of diplomatic tolerance. He doesn't fall to his knees. He doesn't convert on the spot. He says famously, "Your words and promises are fair, but because they are new and uncertain, I cannot simply abandon the ancient customs which I, together with the whole English people, have observed for so long." It's a polite no. But then comes the however. "But," he continues, "since you have come from far away to share what you believe to be true and good, we will not harm you. We will receive you with hospitality and supply you with food. And we do not forbid you to preach and win over as many as you can to your religion." It is the green light. It is the most important permission slip in English history. Ethelbert invites them to leave the isolation of Thanet and come to the royal capital, Canterbury. The monks cross the Wonsum Channel, just as the Jutes had done, but they move peacefully. As they approach the city, seeing the wooden walls and the smoke rising from the thatch roofs, they form up again. They enter the city gates not as conquerors, but as suppliants. Bede, the great historian, records the very song they sang as they walked through the muddy streets of Canterbury. "We beg you, O Lord, in all your mercy, that your anger and wrath be turned away from this city and from your holy house, even though we have sinned. Alleluia." The locals must have stared in bewilderment. Who were these men singing to the air? Why were they carrying a picture of a man on a stick? Ethelbert gave them a dwelling in the city, likely near the stable gate. He provided them with food and beer, and then he let them be. He didn't force his subjects to listen, and he didn't force them to look away. He allowed the soft power of the mission to work, and work it did. The people of Canterbury watched the monks. They saw men who didn't fight, didn't get drunk, didn't chase women, and didn't hoard gold. They saw men who spent their days praying, fasting, and helping the poor. In a violent, unpredictable world, the calm, orderly life of the monks was magnetic. It was a counterculture that appealed to the tired and the fearful. Queen Bertha's Chapel of St. Martin became the hub of this new community, swelling with curious converts. Eventually, the king himself made the move. We don't have the exact date, but within a year or so of their arrival, Ethelbert stepped into the baptismal font. He didn't force his conversion on his people. Bede is very clear that he compelled no one, but in a tribal society, where the king leads, the people follow. When the Bretwalda goes into the water, thousands of his subjects line up on the riverbank to do the same. On Christmas Day, 597 AD, it is said that 10,000 people were baptized in Kent. The structure of the English church began to rise from the ground. Augustine, no longer the terrified monk, was now the archbishop. He needed a cathedral. He found another old Roman ruin within the city walls, perhaps a former basilica or administrative building, and consecrated it as Christ Church. This is the foundation of the present-day Canterbury Cathedral. He also founded a monastery outside the walls, dedicated to St. Peter and St. Paul, later known as St. Augustine's Abbey, intended as a burial place for the kings and archbishops of Kent. Rome had returned, but it wasn't the Rome of legions and tax collectors. It was the Rome of the Book and the Bell. The arrival of Augustine reconnected Kent to the mainframe of European civilization. Suddenly, the scribes were sharpening their quills. The Latin alphabet was being taught to Jutish boys. The concept of written records was being introduced to a culture that had relied on oral memory for centuries. The strangers on the shore had been welcomed, and they had brought with them a technology that would fundamentally alter how the Kingdom of Kent functioned. They brought the idea that law wasn't just what the elders remembered. Law was something you could write down, fix in time, and enforce with the authority of God and King. Ethelbert, ever the innovator, looked at this new tool of literacy and saw a way to immortalize his reign. He realized that if he wanted to be like the great Roman emperors or the Frankish kings, he needed a code. He needed to take the messy, custom-based justice of the Germanic tribes and carve it into something permanent. The mission of 597 AD didn't just bring religion, it brought the hardware of administration. As the monks chanted in their new cathedral and the incense drifted over the timber halls of Canterbury, the king sat down with his wise men and his new clerical advisors. He was about to do something that had never been done in the English language before. He was about to legislate. There is something profoundly human about the desire to write things down. We do it because we don't trust our memories, or perhaps because we don't trust our neighbors. For thousands of years, the Germanic tribes didn't need ink to keep the peace. They had the Witan, the gathering of wise men, and they had the long, unforgiving memory of the feud. If you killed my brother, I killed you. If I couldn't kill you, I killed your cousin. It was a brutal, self-regulating system of blood debt that could depopulate a valley in a generation. But Ethelbert, sitting in his hall in Canterbury with his new Roman friends, saw a better way. He saw that civilization wasn't just about building stone churches. It was about building a system where you could pay for a mistake with silver instead of blood. Around the year 602 AD, the king issued a decree that would ripple through the next 14 centuries of English history. He commissioned a code of laws, but here is the revolutionary twist. He didn't write them in Latin, the language of the church and the empire. He wrote them in Old English, specifically the Kentish dialect. This decision is momentous. It means that the very first piece of substantial English prose we have isn't a poem about a dragon or a prayer to God. It's a price list for human body parts. The original manuscript is long lost, turned to dust in some damp chest, but a copy survives in a book called the Textus Rufensis, written by a bored monk in Rochester nearly 500 years later. Looking at it is like staring into the raw machinery of Dark Age society. There are no grand preambles about justice for all or inalienable rights. The Code of Ethelbert is blunt, practical, and oddly specific. It reads like an insurance adjuster's handbook for a violent world. The code consists of 90 distinct clauses, and almost all of them follow a simple, if X happens, pay Y formula. It starts at the top, protecting the church, a clear nod to his new advisors. The property of God and the church, 12-fold compensation. If you steal from the bishop, you pay back 12 times the value. Steal from the king, 9-fold. It establishes a clear hierarchy of worth. But where the laws really come alive is when they get down to the nitty-gritty of interpersonal violence. Ethelbert's scribes, likely the only people in the kingdom who could hold a pen, meticulously catalogued every conceivable injury a Jutish warrior might inflict on another during a drunken brawl or a boundary dispute. Let's look at the menu of violence. The fines are calculated in shillings, silingas, and siatas, pennies. If you cut off a man's thumb, that's going to cost you 20 shillings. The thumb is vital. You can't hold a sword or a spear without it. It is the most expensive finger. The index finger, the shooting finger used for drawing a bow, is worth 8 shillings. The middle finger is worth 4. The ring finger is worth 6, perhaps a nod to its symbolic value. And the little finger, largely useless in a fight, is a bargain at 11 shillings. No, wait. The manuscript is tricky. The values shift, but the logic remains. Function dictates price. It gets even more granular. If you strike a man so that a bone is exposed, that's 3 shillings. If the bone is damaged, 4 shillings. If you grab a man by the hair, a great insult to a long-haired free man, that's 50 scatters. If you bruise him but don't break the skin, there's a fine. If you knock out a front tooth, that's 6 shillings. A canine tooth, only 4. A molar, just 1 shilling. Why? Because nobody sees the molar. The shame is less. In this culture, appearance and face value, quite literally, are everything. One of the most strangely captivating laws concerns the fingernails. If a fingernail is struck off, 1 shilling. It implies a society where people are looking closely at each other, where a disfigurement as minor as a lost fingernail is a matter of legal record. It suggests a legal system that is accessible, where a churl can drag his neighbor before the reeve and say, "Look, he smashed my thumb, and I want my shilling." But beneath the seemingly trivial list of fines lies a profound social tool. The Wehrgeld, or man price. This is the cornerstone of the entire system. Every human being in Kent has a price tag attached to their life. If you kill a nobleman, an eorl, the price is 300 shillings. If you kill a freeman, a seorl, it's 100 shillings. This isn't just about money. It's about replacing the vengeance cycle. Before these laws, if a man was killed, his family was honor-bound to take revenge. It was a stain on their reputation if they didn't. Ethelbert's laws offered an off-ramp. If the killer paid the full vergeld, the family had to accept it. The debt was cleared. The honor was satisfied. The feud was over. It transformed bloodlust into economics. It meant that a hot-tempered warrior had to think twice before swinging his axe. Do I really have 300 shillings lying around? Or am I going to bankrupt my entire clan for a moment of anger? The laws also give us a glimpse into the domestic sphere, specifically the rights of women, which were surprisingly robust compared to later centuries. There are laws protecting women from harassment. If a man takes a widow who does not belong to him, the fine is double the value of her mundane guild. There is a recognition of the king's maiden, women who served in the royal court, and specific fines for touching them inappropriately. There is even a law about highway robbery, in the literal sense. The king's peace extended to the roads. Sir, if you stopped a man on the highway and robbed him, you paid a fine to the king, as well as compensating the victim. This asserts that the king owns the peace. The public space is his, and disrupting it is a crime against the crown. We also see the agricultural life of Kent peeking through the legalese. There are fines for breaking down fences. There are explicit rules about hedging. If a man has a piece of land, he is required to fence it properly. If he doesn't, and his cattle wander off and eat someone else's grain. He has no legal standing to complain if those cattle are hurt. But if the neighbor kills the cattle out of spite, he has to pay. It paints a picture of a crowded, fertile landscape where boundaries are fiercely contested and good fences literally make good neighbors. One peculiar law deals with hollow-ways or sunken lanes. It implies a landscape crisscrossed by ancient tracks, deep enough to hide in. The laws regulate ambush and surprise attacks, trying to impose a code of conduct even on violence. This document, this Code of Ethelbert, is the moment the Kingdom of Kent matures. It moves from being a warlord's estate to a state. It requires a bureaucracy to administer. You need someone to count the shillings. You need a reeve to hear the case. You need witnesses. It builds the society together into a cohesive, structured unit. It also cements the power of the church by placing the church's property at the very top of the list, even above the king's. Ethelbert is making a massive political statement. He is saying that this new God and his servants are the ultimate authority. It integrates the foreign clergy into the heart of the Jutish aristocracy. They are no longer just missionaries. They are a protected class, woven into the legal fabric of the nation. Imagine the scene when these laws were first read out. A great gathering at a traditional meeting place, perhaps a sacred hill or a large oak tree. The king stands there, the Bretwalda, surrounded by his warriors. A scribe, perhaps a monk with a thin, reedy voice, reads from the parchment in the local dialect. The warriors listen, hearing the price of their own limbs, the value of their own lives, codified. It must have felt restrictive to some, but to many it must have felt like safety. By the time Ethelbert dies in 616 AD, he has fundamentally changed the software of his kingdom. He hasn't just built churches, he has built a mind state. He has proved that a Germanic king can be a lawmaker in the Roman mold. He leaves behind a kingdom that is wealthy, ordered, and ostensibly Christian. But laws written on parchment are fragile things. They rely on the authority of the man who enforces them. And in the 7th century, authority is often buried with the king. As the great Ethelbert is laid to rest in the church of St. Peter and St. Paul, clutching his grave goods, the old gods are watching from the shadows of the forest. They haven't gone away. They have just been waiting. The protective umbrella of the Bretwalda is gone, and his son, Edbald, is looking at the new religion, and his stepmother, with a very different kind of hunger. The laws of Kent are about to be tested by the chaos of a pagan snapback. When a great tree falls in the forest, the crash is deafening, but it's the silence afterwards that really unsettles you. That is what the year 616 AD felt like in Kent. King Ethelbert, the Bretwalda, the first Christian king, the lawgiver, was dead. He had ruled for 56 years, a lifetime in an age where a bad tooth or a rusty arrow could end you at 20. He had been the sun around which the entire Anglo-Saxon political solar system revolved. Now, he was gone, buried in the Abbey Church outside the walls of Canterbury, and almost immediately the shadows began to lengthen. His son, Edbald, stepped up to the high seat, and Edbald was a problem. You see, while Ethelbert had been charmed by the monks and their Roman god, Edbald had remained stubbornly, defiantly pagan. He was a traditionalist. He liked the old ways. He liked the warrior ethos of Woden, the visceral reality of the sacrifice, and the simple, brutal logic of the ancestors. To him, Christianity might have looked like a soft religion, a faith for women and scribes, not for a king who had to hold the line against hungry neighbors. The moment the old king's body was cold, the pagan snapback began. It wasn't a slow drift, it was a hard pivot. Edbald didn't just ignore the church, he actively offended it, and he did so with a specific, calculated act that sent shockwaves through the Christian community. He married his father's widow. Now, before you recoil in modern horror, we have to look at this through the lens of 7th century Germanic politics. The widow wasn't his biological mother. Queen Bertha had died some years before. But a second wife, likely a high-ranking princess, chosen to cement an alliance. In the Jutish tradition, marrying your father's widow wasn't incest. It was succession. It was a way of claiming the full rights and status of the dead king. It was saying, I am the man now. Everything he had is mine. It kept the dowry in the family and prevented the widow from marrying a rival claimant. It was smart, ruthless politics. To the church, however, it was an abomination. It was Levitical incest of the highest order. Archbishop Laurentius, who had succeeded Augustine, was horrified. He stormed into the royal hall, likely waving a copy of the scriptures, railing against the sin. Eadbald didn't care. In fact, he probably enjoyed the confrontation. It showed who was really in charge. He was the king of the Kentishmen, not the Bishop of Rome. The message was clear. The laws of the church stop at the door of my bedroom. This defiance acted like a signal fire. Across the kingdom, the Rice Christians, those who had converted just to please the old king, threw off the mask. The wooden idols of Woden were dragged back out of the barns. The altars to Christ were neglected, the wax dripping onto cold stone. The sacred groves in the Weald, which had gone quiet for a decade, were suddenly filled with the smoke of roasting meat and the chanting of the old charms. It was a chaotic, enthusiastic return to the wild roots of the culture. The panic among the clergy was absolute. It wasn't just happening in Kent. In Essex, the neighboring kingdom, which had also accepted Christianity under Ethelbert's influence, the 3 pagan sons of the late King Sabert burst into the church during Mass. They demanded to eat the white bread, the Eucharist, without being baptized. When the bishop refused, they drove him out. The dominoes were falling. Mellitus, the Bishop of London, and Justus, the Bishop of Rochester, fled to Kent. They met with Archbishop Laurentius in Canterbury. The mood was apocalyptic. They decided that the mission was a failure. The soil of England was too stony, the people too savage. They agreed to abandon Britain. Mellitus and Justus packed their bags and sailed for Gaul, leaving the fledgling church in England on the brink of extinction. Laurentius was left alone in Canterbury. He prepared to leave the next morning. It is one of the most cinematic moments in Bede's history. The last archbishop, the last light of Rome in the darkness, spending one final night in the church of St. Peter and St. Paul. He had his bed made up in the church itself, a common practice for sanctuary and safety. He knelt on the stone floor, weeping, praying for the flock he was about to abandon to the wolves. Then he fell asleep. What happens next is either a miracle, a hallucination brought on by extreme stress, or a very clever piece of political theater. According to the legend, St. Peter himself descended from heaven in the middle of the night. But the apostle didn't come to comfort Laurentius. He came to beat him. St. Peter, holding a heavy scourge, whipped the archbishop. He thrashed him soundly, demanding to know why he was abandoning the charge he had been given. "Are you a hired hand?" the vision asked. "Are you leaving the sheep when the wolf comes? Did I run from Nero? Did I run from the cross?" When morning broke, the sun streamed into the church, illuminating a battered and bruised archbishop. But the wounds were real. Laurentius didn't just pack his bags. He pulled aside his robes to reveal his back. It was lacerated, covered in fresh, bloody weals. He marched straight to the king's hall. Eadbald was likely holding court, surrounded by his pagan thanes, perhaps hungover from a night of feasting. He saw the archbishop and probably expected a final goodbye. Instead, Laurentius stripped off his tunic. "Look," he said. "Look at what your defiance has cost me." Eadbald stared at the bloody stripes on the old man's back. He asked who had dared to strike a man of such high rank within his kingdom. Under Jutish law, striking a high priest would carry a massive penalty. "It was no man," Laurentius replied. "It was the Prince of the Apostles, Saint Peter, who punished me for considering leaving you." The psychological impact on Eadbald was instantaneous. We have to remember that these men lived in a world where the supernatural was as real as the weather. Eadbald wasn't an atheist. He was a pagan. He believed in power. And here was evidence that the Christian God had power. Power enough to manifest physically and beat his own servant. If this God would do that to his own archbishop, what would he do to a king who defied him? Fear, awe, and perhaps a sudden realization of the geopolitical isolation he was courting broke Eadbald's resistance. The pagan snapback ended as abruptly as it had begun. Eadbald fell to his knees. He renounced his unlawful marriage. He banished the pagan priests he had just welcomed back. And he stepped into the baptismal waters. This second conversion of Kent was arguably more important than the first. Ethelbert's conversion had been smooth, almost diplomatic. Eadbald's was forged in crisis. It proved that the church could survive the death of a king. It proved that the roots had gone deeper than just royal patronage. Eadbald became a zealous Christian. He recalled Justus and restored him to Rochester. He built a new church in the monastery at Canterbury, dedicated to the Holy Mother of God. But the damage had been done. The influence of Kent as the Bretwalda state was shattered. During the chaos, Raedwald of East Anglia, the man likely buried in the famous Sutton Hoo ship burial, had risen to become the dominant power in the south. Kent had lost its political hegemony, but it had saved its soul. The kingdom that emerged from this crisis was different. It was less imperial, more inward-looking. Eadbald spent the rest of his reign strengthening the church he had almost destroyed. He forged marriage alliances with Christian Frankish houses, marrying a princess named Ime, likely Emma, ensuring that his own children would be raised in the faith. This period also saw the deepening of the connection between the Kentish royal line and the concept of sanctity. The Oisingas were becoming a holy bloodline. Eadbald's daughter, Eanswyth, would go on to found the first nunnery in England at Folkestone. Imagine that. The granddaughter of the pagan warlord Hengist, becoming a bride of Christ, living on the wind-swept cliffs, where her ancestors had watched for Roman ships. The landscape of Kent began to change permanently. The wooden crosses that had been torn down were replaced by stone ones. The minsters, mission stations that served as bases for traveling priests, began to appear in the countryside, at places like Lyminge and Reculver. These weren't just churches. They were administrative centers, hubs of literacy and control. Eadbald ruled for another 24 years after his reconversion. It was a time of consolidation. The wild, expansive energy of Ethelbert was gone, replaced by a steady, pious determination to hold on to what they had. The gateway to Britannia was now firmly a Christian gate, guarded by a king who bore the scars of a close encounter with the divine, or at least the very convincing scars of his archbishop. As Eadbald grew old, the Kingdom of Kent settled into its role as the spiritual laboratory of England. It was here that the problems of adapting a desert religion to a Germanic tribal society were hammered out. How do you explain turn the other cheek to a warrior who worships a hammer god? How do you explain monogamy to a king who needs heirs? The pagan snapback was a fever that broke. It inoculated the kingdom against future apostasy. Never again would the King of Kent openly worship the old gods. Woden retreated into the folklore, becoming a name in a genealogy, a grim figure in a bedtime story. The bells of Canterbury rang out clearer than before, echoing over the lathes, signaling that the experiment was over and the institution had begun. But even as the incense rose, a new generation of kings was growing up, men who would take this new zeal and twist it into something darker. The age of the idol breaker was approaching. When King Eadbald finally went to his grave in 640 AD, he left behind a kingdom that was officially Christian but privately confused. He had spent his life putting out fires, swinging wildly from paganism to piety, and the people of Kent had learned to keep their heads down. You can imagine the average Seoral thinking, well, the king is praying to the White Christ today, but I'll keep the little wooden Woden in the back of the cupboard, just in case. It was a pragmatism born of survival, but the man who stepped up to the throne next had no patience for pragmatism. He was Eadbald's son, Jotzenbert, and he wasn't interested in being liked. He was interested in being right. Jotzenbert is a figure who often gets skipped over in the rush to get to the more famous names, but in many ways, he is the most terrifyingly modern of the Kentish kings. He was the first English king to look at his subjects and decide that their private beliefs were a matter of state security. He didn't just want their loyalty, he wanted their souls. Almost immediately after his coronation, he issued a decree that shattered the don't ask, don't tell policy that had held the kingdom together for 40 years. He ordered the total physical destruction of all idols. Let's try to visualize what that actually looked like on the ground. We aren't talking about smashing marble statues in a sunlit forum. We are talking about royal reeves and likely groups of zealous monks riding into the deep, wooded valleys of the Weald. They would enter the small hamlets and demand access to the household shrines. They would drag out the weohas, the sacred images. These were likely carved from oak or ash, darkened by the smoke of the hearth, perhaps dressed in scraps of cloth or adorned with simple jewelry. To the families who owned them, these weren't just statues. They were the focal points of their domestic luck, the guardians of their hearths, and Jotzenbert had them burned. Imagine the smoke rising from 1,000 bonfires across Kent, the smell of burning wood mixing with the smell of fear. It was a cultural lobotomy. He was erasing the visual language of the past. The old sacred groves, where the trees were hung with offerings, were cut down. The springs dedicated to water spirits were rededicated to saints or filled in. It was a violent assertion of the new order. There was no negotiation, no grandfather clause for the elderly. The king's word was absolute. Kent was a Christian kingdom, and there was no room for the old roommates. But York and Bert didn't stop at burning wood. He wanted to control the very rhythm of his subjects' bodies. He became the first king in England to legally enforce the observance of Lent. Now, to a modern ear, enforcing Lent sounds like a minor inconvenience, maybe giving up chocolate or social media. But in the 7th century, in an agrarian society, this was a staggering display of power. Lent falls in the hungry gap, that miserable time in late winter and early spring when the stores from the last harvest are running low. The new crops haven't come up yet, and the livestock are skinny. To tell a population of hard-working farmers and warriors that they cannot eat meat, that they must fast and abstain for 40 days, is asking for a riot. It requires a level of surveillance that is almost totalitarian for the era. How do you know if a man in a remote farmstead is eating a sausage on a Tuesday? You don't. Unless you have a network of informers. Unless the priests in the minsters are asking the right questions. Eorsenbert's enforcement of Lent suggests that the administrative grip of the Kingdom of Kent had tightened significantly. The king could reach onto your dinner plate. Those who broke the fast weren't just sinners. They were criminals, subject to royal fines. This period also marks a shift in the personnel of the church. For decades, the leadership had been Italian or Frankish. Men like Augustine, Laurentius, and Justus. They were outsiders, bringing the light to the natives. But under Eorsenbert, the training wheels came off. When the archbishopric fell vacant in 655 AD, the king didn't send to Rome for a replacement. He looked to the local talent. He appointed a man named Frithena. Frithena was a West Saxon by birth, but a product of the Kentish church system. Upon his consecration, he took the name Deus dedit, God has given. He was the first native-born Archbishop of Canterbury. This is a huge milestone. It means the church had gone native. It wasn't an import anymore. It was English. The prayers were being said by men who grew up smelling the same rain and fearing the same storms as their congregation. To bolster this new, rigorous religious state, Eorzenbert looked for a wife who matched his intensity. He found her in East Anglia. He married Sexburga, the daughter of King Anna. Now, the East Anglian royal women were a phenomenon unto themselves. They were a holy club of princesses who were renowned for their piety, often preferring the veil of a nun to the crown of a queen. Sexburga brought that intense, mystical devotion to Kent. Together, Eorzenbert and Sexburga were a power couple of the faith. While the king was smashing idols, the queen was building. She founded the abbey at Minster in Sheppey. The Isle of Sheppey, Sheep Island, sits in the mouth of the Thames, a flat, marshy expanse that feels removed from the world. It was the perfect place for a powerhouse of prayer. The minsters of this era weren't just retreats. They were major economic centers, controlling vast estates, producing books, and acting as hubs for the local administration. Under Eorzenbert, the Kingdom of Kent became a sanctuary for the devout. When trouble stirred in other kingdoms, high-status refugees fled to the safety of Canterbury. Bishop Wilfrid of Northumbria, one of the most controversial and dynamic figures of the age, spent time there. The kingdom was punching well above its weight in terms of intellectual and spiritual capital. The schools at Canterbury were turning out scholars who could read Greek and Latin, men who could debate the finer points of astronomy and mathematics. But biology has a way of humbling even the most pious kings. The year 664 AD is a dark marker in British history. It is the year of the yellow pestilence, the pestis flava. We don't know exactly what it was. Some argue it was a form of bubonic plague. Others say it was smallpox or a virulent strain of jaundice. Whatever it was, it swept up from the south like a scythe. It didn't care about Lent, and it didn't care about idols. It hit the crowded, communal living spaces of the monasteries hard. In the sultry heat of July, the sickness entered the royal household and the archbishop's palace. On July 14th, 664 AD, the silence fell. In a twist of tragic synchronicity, both King Eosenbert and Archbishop Deusdedit died on the same day. The sudden decapitation of the state and the church threw Kent into immediate peril. The idol breaker was dead. The man who had held the kingdom in a tight, puritanical grip was gone, and he left behind a power vacuum that was dangerous. His sons, Egbert and Hlother, were young. The stability that Eokenbert had enforced through sheer will and religious law began to fracture. We can imagine the scene at the funeral in the Abbey of St. Peter and St. Paul, the heat of the summer, the fear of the plague keeping the crowds thin, the monks, their numbers depleted by the sickness, chanting the requiem for the king who had done more than any other to purify the land. Queen Sexburga, now a widow, stood by the grave. She wouldn't stay in the secular world for long. She would soon retire to her abbey on Sheppey and eventually succeed her sister, Etheldreda, as the abbess of Ely, continuing the legacy of the Holy Queens. Eokenbert's reign had been a high-water mark of independent Kentish power. He had transformed the kingdom into a disciplined, orthodox state. He had wiped the visual slate clean of paganism. But in doing so, he had perhaps created a society that was brittle. The tension between the old ruling families and the new, powerful church was simmering. The destruction of the idols had removed the old safety valves. As the earth was shoveled over the king, the gateway to Britannia was creaking. The plague had weakened the population. The royal line was thinning. And in the shadows of the court, the ambitious cousins and uncles were starting to count the days. The clear, harsh light of Eotzenbert's reign was fading, and the fog was rolling back in. The next chapter of Kentish history wouldn't be about laws or fasting. It would be about a dark, bloody legend that would haunt the dynasty for generations. The story of the murdered princes. The idol breaker had cleansed the land, but he couldn't cleanse the ambition from the hearts of his own kin. History has a way of burying its secrets, but in the kingdom of Kent, the soil seems particularly bad at keeping them. With the terrifying certainty of King Eotzenbert gone, and the throne passing to his son, Ecgbert III, the royal court at Canterbury became a place of whispers. Egbert was young, and like many young kings, he was insecure. The problem wasn't foreign invaders or pagan rebels. The problem was sitting right there at the dinner table. In the intricate, dangerous game of Germanic succession, a king's worst enemies were often his own kin. Ecgbert had two cousins, Ethelred and Ethelbert. They were the sons of Eormenred, an older brother of the late king, who had, for reasons lost to time, been passed over for the throne. These boys were athelings, throne-worthy. As they grew taller, their shadows grew longer, stretching toward the high seat that Ecgbert occupied. They were popular, They were pious, and to a paranoid mind, they were a ticking time bomb. Enter the villain of the piece. Every good tragedy needs a man in the shadows, and in the Kentish legend, his name is Thunor. It's a name that reeks of the old world, literally named after the god of thunder, suggesting he represented the brutal, amoral pragmatism of the past. Thunor was the king's chief counselor, his fixer. He whispered in Ecgbert's ear, dripping poison day by day. "They are plotting against you," he would murmur. "As long as they live, you are just a placeholder." King Ecgbert, perhaps weak, perhaps complicit, didn't stop him. He gave the nod, or maybe he just looked away at the crucial moment. The deed was done at the royal ville of Eastry. This was an ancient administrative center, a place of high status. The legend tells us that Thunor murdered the two princes in cold blood. But he didn't just kill them, he tried to erase them. He buried their bodies deep beneath the floor of the Great Hall, perhaps even under the king's own throne. The symbolism is horrific, the king literally sitting on the foundation of his own kinslaying. Thunor thought he was clever. No bodies, no crime. The boys had simply gone away, perhaps on a pilgrimage or a hunting trip from which they never returned. But you can't bury the truth in a kingdom that is rapidly becoming a factory for saints. The story goes that a pillar of unearthly light began to shine from the roof of the hall at Eastry. It wasn't a fire. It was a cold, piercing beam that reached up to the heavens, pinpointing the exact spot of the crime. The locals saw it. The king saw it. The secret was out. The martyrs of Kent had been revealed. Ecgbert was terrified. In the 7th century, killing your kin wasn't just a crime. It was a cosmic error. It invited the wrath of God and the collapse of the harvest. He needed to make amends, and fast. He needed to pay the Vergild, the blood price, for his cousins. But who do you pay when you've killed the only male heirs? You pay the sister. The sister of the murdered princes was a woman named Domne Aoife, often identified as Eormenburga. She had been married into the royal house of Mercia, but had returned to Kent, perhaps sensing the tragedy. Ecgbert called her to court. He was trembling, desperate to wash the blood off his hands. He offered her anything she wanted: gold, silver, cattle. Domna Aoife looked at the king and refused the gold. She didn't want money. She wanted land. Specifically, she wanted land on the Isle of Thanet to build a monastery where she could pray for the souls of her murdered brothers forever. The king agreed. "How much land?" he asked. Her answer is one of the great pieces of Kentish folklore. She said she would take as much land as her pet hind, a female deer, could run around in a single course. The race was set. The king and his court gathered on the edge of the marshes at Thanet. The deer was loosed. It didn't bolt. It ran with a strange, divinely guided purpose. It cut a massive arc across the island. Thunor, the villain, was there, watching his king give away a fortune in real estate to a deer. He couldn't take it. He spurred his horse forward, shouting, trying to cut the deer off, to stop the run. And then, the earth opened up. The legend says the ground beneath Thunor's horse collapsed, swallowing him whole. He fell into a pit that became known as Thunor's Leap. It is the final judgment on the old pagan brutality, the earth itself rejecting the kinslayer's accomplice. The deer completed its run, encompassing nearly half of the Isle of Thanet, about 10,000 acres of prime, fertile land. On this blood-bought ground, Domna Aoife founded Minster in Thanet. This brings us to a phenomenon that defines the middle years of the Kingdom of Kent, the rise of the royal minsters. The murder of the princes is the dramatic spark, but the fuel was a fascinating shift in gender and power. We are entering the age of the Holy Queens. In most of Europe, women were pawns in the marriage market. In Anglo-Saxon Kent, however, royal women found a loophole. By founding an abbey, a princess could become an abbess, and an abbess was a CEO. She controlled vast estates. She commanded a workforce of hundreds. She sat in councils, and she answered to no man, only to the bishop and to God. It was a way for high-status widows or unmarried princesses to retain their power and autonomy. These weren't just nunneries in the modern sense of quiet contemplation. These were double monasteries. The abbess ruled over a community of nuns and a community of monks. Imagine that. A woman in the 7th century holding authority over men, telling priests when to pray and where to dig the latrines. It was a radical inversion of the social norms, accepted because of the royal blood that flowed in the abbess's veins. Kent became a constellation of these female-led powerhouses. You had Limminga, founded by Queen Ethelburga, Tate, the daughter of Ethelbert III, after she fled back from Northumbria. You had Folkestone, founded by Eanswyth, the granddaughter of Ethelbert, perched on the dangerous, eroding cliffs. You had Minster in Sheppey, founded by Queen Sexburga. And now, the jewel in the crown, Minster in Thanet, founded by Domna Aoife. These institutions were the engines of the Kentish economy. They controlled the ports. If you wanted to trade at the bustling beach market of Sarah or Fordwich, you were likely paying tolls to an abbess. They were also the guardians of literacy. The nuns in these minsters were copying manuscripts, writing letters to saints in Germany, and managing the complex logistics of estate farming. At Minster in Thanet, the legacy passed from Domna Aoife to her daughter, Mildred, Saint Mildred. If you were a peasant in medieval Kent, Mildred was your superstar. She wasn't a distant intellectual theologian. She was the beloved, kind-hearted mother of the poor. She had been educated at the Royal Nunnery of Chelles in France, bringing back a level of sophistication and learning that elevated Minster in Thanet to international fame. Mildred's life gives us a glimpse into the human side of these holy women. There's a story that while she was in France, a suitor tried to force her into marriage. When she refused, the abbess of Chelles, who was clearly not as nice as the Kentish ladies, tried to bully her, even throwing her into a hot oven. Mildred naturally emerged unsinged. She escaped back to Kent, landing at Ebbsfleet. There is a rock there, St. Mildred's Rock, which allegedly bears the imprint of her foot where she stepped ashore. For centuries, people would chip pieces off it to keep as charms. Under Mildred, Minster in Thanet became incredibly wealthy. We have records of ships, trading vessels, being granted to the abbey. The nuns of Kent were essentially running a shipping line. They were importing wine, oil, and luxury cloth. They were exempt from tolls. They were a state within a state. This network of minsters acted as a spiritual iron dome for the kingdom. King Ecgbert I, despite the shadow of the murder, ruled over a land that was humming with religious industry. The guilt of the royal house had been transmuted into gold and stone. The bodies of the murdered princes were moved from the hole in Eastry to a shrine of honor, later moving to Ramsey Abbey. But that's another story. But there is a dark irony here. While the women of the royal house were becoming powerful abbesses, securing their eternal souls and their earthly estates, the male line of the Oisingas was becoming dangerously fragile. The practice of clearing the board, killing off rivals like the princes, meant that the gene pool was shrinking. There were fewer and fewer throne-worthy men left to take the crown. When Egbert died in 673 AD, he left behind a kingdom that was rich in saints but poor in heirs. His brother, Lothair, took the throne, but the succession wasn't clean. The ghosts of the murdered princes and the resentments of the rival branches of the family hadn't really gone away. They had just moved underground, like the roots of the great oaks in the Weald. The rise of the Minsters had created a new center of gravity. The king now had to negotiate not just with his thanes, but with his formidable aunts and cousins who controlled the best land in the kingdom and had a direct line to God. The separation of church and state wasn't even a concept. They were fused together in a knot of blood and guilt. As the 7th century began to wind down, the Kingdom of Kent was about to face a new kind of trouble. It wasn't just internal family feuds anymore. The neighbors were getting stronger. Mercia to the north and Wessex to the west were eyeing the rich trade routes of Kent with jealousy. The pious peace of the minsters was about to be shattered by the sound of civil war. The golden age of the holy women was peaking, and waiting in the wings were two brothers who would tear the kingdom apart in a struggle that would invite the wolves to the door. Family dinners in the royal halls of the 7th century were likely tense affairs, but few could match the awkwardness of the table shared by King Lothair and his nephew Edric. We are entering a period of Kentish history that feels less like a chronicle of saints and more like a Shakespearean tragedy. Specifically, the part where the ambitious young prince stares daggers at the uncle who is keeping the crown warm. The trouble began back in 673 AD when King Ecgbert died. His son, Edric, was alive, but he was a child. In the rough calculus of Anglo-Saxon politics, a child king is a death sentence for the state. A kingdom needs a sword arm, not a nursery. So, the Witan, the council of wise men, looked to the late king's brother, Lothair. He was an adult, he was blood royal, and he was capable. He took the throne, presumably with the understanding that he was a steward, a guardian who would eventually make way for the rightful heir. But power is sticky. It has a way of adhering to the hands that hold it. Lothair ruled, and he ruled well. He held the throne for over a decade. He maintained the peace. He kept the trade flowing through the ports of Fordwich and Sarah. And he even maintained a royal hall in London. This is a detail we often forget. In the late 7th century, London was effectively a Kentish satellite. It was the great emporium of the south, and the kings of Kent were the primary patrons. We have records of Lothair's servants buying and selling in the muddy, bustling streets of the proto-city. The Kingdom of Kent wasn't just a peninsula. It was a commercial empire that stretched up the Thames. As the years ticked by, the boy Edric grew up. He became a man, likely trained in war, surrounded by a clique of young nobles who whispered that his uncle had outstayed his welcome. "Look at him," they'd say. "He sits in your father's seat. He drinks your father's mead." Lothair, to his credit, seems to have tried to manage this. He didn't kill the boy, which, as we've seen with the murdered princes, was the usual solution to this kind of problem. Instead, he tried to co-opt him. Around the year 685 AD, something remarkable happened. The royal scribes produced a new law code, but the preamble didn't say the laws of King Hlothere. It said, "These are the judgments which Hlothere and Edric, kings of the Kentishmen, established." Kings, plural. This document, the laws of Hlothere and Edric, is a fascinating artifact of a failed compromise. It suggests a power-sharing agreement. Perhaps Edric was made a sub-king of West Kent, ruling from Rochester, while Hlothere held the senior seat in Canterbury. It was a desperate attempt to stitch the rift together with parchment. If we read the laws themselves, they are very different from the earlier code of Ethelbert. Ethelbert's laws were a menu of fines for violence. You break a thumb, you pay a shilling. The laws of Hlothere and Edric are more sophisticated. They are about procedure. They are about how to sue your neighbor without starting a blood feud. They paint a picture of a society that is becoming incredibly litigious. There are laws about summoning people to court. If one man impledes another, the code says, he must give security. It describes a system where men are constantly dragging each other before the bar, the surety or bail. It deals with complex issues like the liability of slave owners. If your slave steals something, you, the master, are on the hook. You have to produce the slave or pay the fine. There is a wonderful, specific slice of life in the laws regarding hospitality, which tells us how dangerous travel was. It states that if a stranger comes to stay with you, you are not responsible for his actions for the first 3 nights. But if you feed him for a 4th night, he becomes your man. If he steals a cow or kills someone after that 4th breakfast, you are liable. It's a brilliant glimpse into the social contract. Hospitality has a time limit, after which it becomes a legal adoption. There is also a heavy focus on the buying of goods. The laws demand that no one buy or sell anything in London, that great trading hub, without witnesses. This was an attempt to stop the fencing of stolen cattle. It shows a kingdom trying to impose order on a booming, chaotic market economy. But legal documents, no matter how clever, cannot fix a broken heart or a greedy soul. The co-kingship failed. We don't know the spark, an insult at a feast, a dispute over a toll, a rumor of assassination. But the paper truce was torn up. Edric fled. He didn't go north to the Mercians, who were the traditional enemies. He went west, but past the lands of the West Saxons, down into the isolated, rugged territory of the South Saxons, modern Sussex. Sussex was the Wild West of the Heptarchy, cut off by the massive Andredsweald forest. It was the last kingdom to be converted to Christianity, and was known for being rough, fierce, and politically fragmented. It was the perfect place for a rebel prince to hire some muscle. Edric wasn't just looking for asylum, he was recruiting. He gathered an army of South Saxons, men who were likely happy for an excuse to raid the rich lands of their eastern neighbors. In 685 AD, the brothers at war, or rather, uncle and nephew, finally met on the field. Edric marched his South Saxon mercenaries back into Kent. The invasion likely came along the coast, or through the few trackways that pierced the Weald. The battle was fought, and it was a disaster for the old guard. King Hlothere, the man who had held the kingdom together for 12 years, the man who had tried to share his throne, was struck down. The chronicle tells us he was wounded in battle. He didn't die on the field, but was carried away, perhaps to the sanctuary of the cathedral in Canterbury. There is a tragic intimacy to this moment. Lothair lies dying, his wounds festering, listening to the reports of his nephew's army looting the countryside. He died on February 6th, 685 AD. The monks of St. Augustine's Abbey took his body and buried him next to his predecessors. He was the last of the old-style, stable Wiskingas kings. Edric had won. He rode into Canterbury as the sole king of Kent. He had his father's throne. He had vindicated his claim. But the victory was ashes in his mouth. To win the crown, Edric had opened the door to the wolves by bringing in the South Saxons and by destabilizing the military structure of Kent to fight his civil war. He had shattered the kingdom's defenses. He had shown the world that Kent was divided, that its king was a usurper who relied on foreign swords. Edric's reign was short and bitter. He ruled for perhaps 18 months. It was a time of chaos. The trade dried up. The laws he had written with his uncle were likely ignored in the anarchy of the post-war settlement. And on the horizon, a new and terrifying shape was rising. In the chaotic mercenary camps of Sussex, where Edric had found his army, another man had been watching. His name was Ceadwalla. He was a West Saxon exile, a man of immense violence and ambition, who had helped Edric, or at least observed the weakness of Kent. Now that Lothair was dead, and Edric was sitting uneasily on a broken throne, Ceadwalla saw his chance. The civil war had drained the blood of the Kentish nobility. The shield wall was thin. The Garden of England had been trampled by the boots of Edric's own mercenaries. The tragedy of the Civil War wasn't just the death of an uncle. It was the suicide of a nation's independence. Edric had burned the house down to get the best chair. As section closes, we leave Edric in his hollow hall, listening to the wind rattle the shutters. He is the king, yes, but he is a king of ghosts. And marching from the west, coming through the very gap Edric had opened, is the Wolf of Wessex. The independent golden age of the Oisingas is over. The era of the warlords is about to begin. The scribes put down their pens. There will be no more laws written for a long time. Now, there will only be fire. There are kings who build, like Ethelbert with his laws and churches. And then there are kings who burn. Ceadwalla of Wessex was a burner. To understand the nightmare that descended upon Kent in the late 680s, you have to understand the man who brought it. Ceadwalla wasn't a settled monarch raised in a nursery with a silver spoon. He was an exile, a bandit prince who had spent his youth living rough in the forests of the Chilterns and the Weald. He gathered men to him not by promising justice, but by promising loot. He was the Wolf of Wessex, a man whose ambition was as raw and open as a fresh wound. He had watched the civil war in Kent with the cold, calculating eyes of a predator. He had seen Edric tear the kingdom apart to seize the crown. He had seen the shield wall fracture. And in 686 AD, just months after Edric had finally secured his hollow victory, Ceadwalla decided it was time to eat. He didn't come alone. He brought his brother, Mul. The name Mul is interesting. It translates literally to mule. It implies he was perhaps mixed race, possibly half British, or maybe it was just a nickname for a man who was stubborn and strong. Together, the wolf and the mule led a West Saxon army into Kent, not to negotiate, but to smash. The invasion was a catastrophe for the Cantware. Edric, the king who had fought so hard to rule, simply vanishes from the record. We don't know if he died on the tip of a West Saxon spear in some desperate last stand on the Medway, or if he was betrayed by his own exhausted thanes and murdered in a dark corner. He just disappears, a victim of the very violence he had courted. The fragility of his reign shattered instantly under the impact of the West Saxon charge. Caedwalla swept through the kingdom like a brushfire. The rich minsters, the wealthy estates, the ports. Everything was open to him. But Caedwalla had bigger fish to fry. He had his eyes on the Isle of Wight and the rest of the south. So he made a decision that would prove to be fatal for his brother. He didn't stay to rule Kent himself. He installed Mull as king. Imagine the insult. The kingdom of Kent, the proudest, oldest, and wealthiest kingdom in England, the land of the Oisingas, was now being ruled by a West Saxon mule, a foreigner, a occupier. Mull set up his court, likely in Canterbury, and began to exact the tribute of a conqueror. He demanded the gold, the cattle, and the deference of the Kentish nobility. For a year, the pressure built. The men of Kent, the Cantware, were down, but they weren't out. There is a specific resilience to the people of this peninsula, a stubbornness that comes from living on the edge of the world. They watched Mull strutting in their halls. They counted the taxes he was shipping back to Wessex, and they whispered. In 687 AD, the pot boiled over. The uprising wasn't a battlefield engagement. It was a mob hit. Mull and 12 of his top lieutenants were cornered. We don't know exactly where, perhaps at a royal ville near Canterbury, or a hunting lodge in the Weald. But the rebels surrounded the building. They didn't offer terms. They didn't offer a ransom. They barred the doors. They piled brushwood and straw against the timber walls. And they lit the match. The burning of Mull is one of the most horrific vignettes of the era. The King of Kent, the brother of the most dangerous warlord in Britain, was roasted alive along with his retinue. It was a statement of absolute rejection. It was the Kentish people saying, "We would rather burn our own halls than let a stranger rule them." But actions have consequences, and killing the brother of Caedwalla was an action that carried a nuclear consequence. When the news reached Caedwalla, his grief was surpassed only by his rage. He didn't just mobilize an army, he mobilized a retribution force. He returned to Kent later that same year, and this time he wasn't looking for conquest. He was looking for punishment. The Chronicle describes it as a harrying. That's a polite word for an atrocity. Caedwalla ravaged the kingdom from end to end. He burned the crops in the fields. He slaughtered the cattle. He burned the towns that had supported the rebellion. The Garden of England was turned into a smoking wasteland. The smoke from the burning ricks and halls would have been visible from the coast of France. This wasn't war. It was a punitive expedition designed to break the spirit of the people. Caedwalla systematically dismantled the capacity of Kent to resist. The rich trade networks collapsed because there was nothing left to trade and no one safe enough to travel. The minsters, usually spared in dynastic squabbles, likely suffered too. Their silver stripped to pay the blood debt of the murdered Mull. The kingdom of Kent was brought to its knees. It was an utter humiliation. For the first time since the days of Hengist, the Kentish people were truly a conquered people. They had no king of their own line. They were a province of Wessex, a cash cow, to be milked and beaten. But Caedwalla was a complex monster. He was a man of extreme violence, but also of extreme, jagged piety. After he had sated his bloodlust, After he had crushed Kent into the mud, he had a spiritual crisis. The weight of his sins, the butchery on the Isle of Wight, the burning of Kent, the endless wars pressed on him. In 688 AD, shockingly, he abdicated. He threw down his sword and walked away. He traveled to Rome, seeking forgiveness from the Pope. He arrived in the Eternal City, was baptized by the Pope himself, and died just days later, still wearing his white baptismal robes. It's a clean ending for him, buried in St. Peter's, cleansed of his sins. But he left a mess behind him. Kent was a wreck. The Oiscingus dynasty was in tatters. The land was scorched. The social hierarchy was decapitated. Into this vacuum stepped a revolving door of pretenders and warlords. We hear of names like Oswin and Sweifherd, kings who ruled for a year or two, clinging to power by their fingernails. Oswin was a member of the royal house, perhaps, but he ruled under the shadow of Mercia. Sweifherd was an East Saxon, installed by his father to keep a lid on things. It was a time of dubious kings. Charters from this period are messy. We see kings granting land to the church just to buy support, signing away estates they barely controlled. The central authority of Canterbury was non-existent. The Lathes were likely looking out for themselves. Local reeves turning into petty warlords to defend their own patches of dirt. The Wolf of Wessex had gone to heaven, but he had left hell in Kent. The psychological scar of the burning of Mull and the subsequent harrying went deep. It taught the Kentish nobility a hard lesson. They could not stand alone against the great powers of the interior. If they wanted to survive, they needed unity. They needed a king who wasn't a puppet, but a statesman. They needed someone who could thread the needle between the aggression of Wessex and the rising power of Mercia. And miraculously, amidst the ashes, that man was waiting. He had survived the purges. He had survived the civil war of his cousins. He had survived the invasion of the South Saxons and the harrying of Ceadwalla. His name was Witred. He was the brother of the murdered King Edric, a son of Ecgbert III. He had the blood of the Oiscingus, but more importantly, he had the patience of a saint and the cunning of a survivor. While the pretenders Oswin and Sweifherd were bickering over the scraps of the kingdom, Witred was gathering his strength. He was building alliances, likely with the church, which was desperate for stability. The abbesses of the great minsters, his relatives, would have seen in him the only hope for restoring the order of the golden days. The late 680s were a dark tunnel for Kent, a period of anarchy where the law of the strong prevailed. But as the decade turned, the chaos began to settle. The sheer exhaustion of the violence created a desire for peace at any cost. The foreign warlords lost interest or lost their grip. Around 690 AD, Witred stepped out of the shadows. He didn't just claim the throne, he claimed the soul of the nation. He presented himself not as another warlord, but as the restorer, the rightful heir returning to heal the land. It is one of the great comebacks in English history. A dynasty that seemed dead, buried under the charred timbers of a burned hall, put up one last green shoot. But Witred knew he was ruling a different kingdom now. The swagger of the Bretwalda days was gone. Kent was no longer the superpower. It was a small, rich, vulnerable state surrounded by giants. To survive, Witred would need to use a different kind of weapon. He wouldn't use the spear. He would use the law. He would use the church. He would construct a legal and spiritual fortress so strong that even the wolves of Wessex would hesitate to bite. As the smoke cleared from Cadwallader's fires, the people of Kent looked to Canterbury and saw a man sitting on the throne who actually belonged there. The relief must have been palpable. The wolf was gone. The mule was dead. Now, finally, it was time for the man of Kent to take back his own house. Peace is expensive. If you want to stop a neighbor from burning down your house, sometimes you have to hand over your wallet. King Wihtred understood this perfectly. He was a man who had seen enough smoke for one lifetime. When he finally secured his grip on the throne around 691 AD, removing the last of the pretenders and uniting the kingdom under the legitimate Oisingas line, he knew that his first job wasn't to build a monument. It was to pay a bill. The bill was for the burning of Mull. Wessex had never forgotten that the brother of their king had been roasted alive in a Kentish farmhouse. The new king of Wessex was a man named Ine, a powerful legislative monarch in his own right, who would later build the predecessor to St. Peter's in Rome. Ine was massing on the border, ready to finish what Cadwallader had started. Wihtred didn't call the shield wall. He called the treasury. In 694 AD, a remarkable meeting took place. It was the summit of the superpowers of the south. Wihtred met Ine, and they negotiated the price of a royal life. The chronicle records that the men of Kent paid a massive sum, 30,000 monies, likely skattas or shillings, to Ine. This was the vergild for Mull. It was a staggering amount of silver, enough to bankrupt a lesser state. But to Wihtred, it was a bargain. He was buying peace. He was buying the right for Kent to exist. With the check cleared and the West Saxons pacified, Wihtred turned his attention inward. He realized that the chaos of the last decade had happened because the crown was weak and the church was vulnerable. He needed to forge a new contract between the king and God. He called a great council at a place called Bapchild, a name that sounds charmingly rural today, but was then a strategic meeting point near the royal road to Canterbury. All the heavy hitters were there. The Archbishop Bertwald, the first Archbishop of Canterbury to be buried inside the cathedral, the Bishop of Rochester, and the formidable abbesses of the royal minsters. At this council, Wihtred did something revolutionary. He issued a charter that granted the church freedom from imposts. He exempted the vast lands of the minsters from royal taxation and secular service. In exchange, the church pledged its total loyalty to the king and his heirs. It was a masterstroke of mutual protection. The king gave up tax revenue, but he gained a spiritual army, and more practically, the administrative support of the only literate people in the kingdom. He effectively made the church a partner in the firm of Kent Inc. But Wihtred wasn't done. Like his great ancestor Ethelbert, he wanted to be a lawgiver. In 695 AD, he issued the Laws of Wihtred. If you compare these laws to the earlier ones, you see a shift in the psychology of the kingdom. Ethelbert's laws were about broken thumbs and fencing disputes. Wihtred's laws are about morality. They are about the king reaching into the private lives of his subjects to ensure they are being good Christians. The text begins by stating that the laws were agreed upon by the great men of the kingdom, giving them a constitutional weight. Then it dives straight into the rights of the church. The church is to be free from taxation, and the word of a bishop is to be as binding as the word of a king. Then come the lifestyle clauses. Whitered was cracking down on the pagan holdouts. If a husband sacrifices to devils without his wife's knowledge, he shall be liable to pay all his goods. If they do it together, they both lose everything. This tells us that 70 years after the conversion, people were still sneaking off to the woods to offer cakes to the old gods. Whitred was stamping it out with economic ruin. There are strict rules about work. Sunday was becoming sacrosanct. If a theo, slave, works on Sunday by his master's command, he shall be free. Think about that. It's a labor law. It incentivizes the slave to report the master. If the master forces him to plow on the Lord's day, the master loses his property, the slave, and the slave gains his freedom. It's a clever way to enforce the Sabbath using the self-interest of the oppressed. Fasting was also serious business. If a man gives meat to his household during a fast, he shall redeem his halsfang, literally his neck grasp, a specific fine to save his own skin. These laws paint a picture of a society that is becoming heavily regimented. The loose tribal confederation of the early Jutes has hardened into a theocratic state. The king is the moral guardian. The influence of the holy queens and their minsters is evident in every line. This is a society trying to purify itself, perhaps believing that the disasters of the Civil War and the plague were divine punishments for lax behavior. Under this strict but stable regime, the economy roared back to life. The skeata, the small silver penny, became the currency of the North Sea. We find these coins everywhere, from the Rhine Delta to the marketplaces of York. The Kentish series of coins from this period are abundant, suggesting a high volume of trade. The port of Londonwick, London, was booming. Although it was technically in East Saxon territory, the commercial life of the city was dominated by Kentish merchants. They controlled the slave trade, the cloth trade, and the import of luxury goods. The men of Kent were the brokers of Britain. Whitred's reign, which lasted for 34 years, was the Indian summer of independent Kent. It was a time of golden peace. The wars stopped. The minsters grew fat on endowments. The scriptorium at Canterbury produced magnificent manuscripts, blending Italian, Irish, and Frankish styles into a unique Canterbury school of art. We see the Vespasian Psalter, a masterpiece of the era, with its intricate initials and gold leaf, reflecting the wealth and confidence of the church. The king himself was a survivor. He had outlived the wolves. He had rebuilt the dynasty. When he died in 725 AD, he did so peacefully, in his own bed, a rare achievement for an Anglo-Saxon king. He was buried in the Church of St. Mary at Canterbury, a building he had likely commissioned. But Whitred made one final decision that, with the benefit of hindsight, looks like a mistake. It was a mistake born of fairness, perhaps, or of the old Gavelkind tradition of splitting the inheritance. He didn't leave the kingdom to a single heir. He left it to his 3 sons, Ethelbert II, Eadbert thus, and Ulrich. On paper, this might have seemed like a good way to share the burden. You take East Kent, you take West Kent, and well, Alric sort of fades into the background, possibly dying young or being pushed aside. But dividing a kingdom is like dividing a lifeboat. It only works if everyone rows in the exact same rhythm. For a while, the brothers managed it. Ethelbert II, the eldest, took the senior role. He was a cultured man, a patron of the arts, and a correspondent of Saint Boniface, the great English missionary to Germany. We have letters sent to Ethelbert from the continent, asking for falcons. Apparently, Kentish falcons were considered the best in Europe, and the king was happy to send them to help the missionary effort. It's a charming detail. Hawks for holiness. But the geopolitical weather was changing. While Whitred's sons were managing their prosperous falcon exporting kingdom, a storm was brewing in the Midlands. The kingdom of Mercia, the giant in the middle of England, was waking up. The Mercians were a hard, expansive people. They didn't have the coastal wealth of Kent, so they took it. Under their king Ethelbald, they began to push south. They started to test the defenses of the Garden of England. They raided the borderlands. They interfered in the affairs of London, slowly prying it away from Kentish control. The golden age of Whitred was a period of deceptive calm. It was a wall built of silver and parchment, strong enough to hold back the tide for a generation, but not forever. The three sons of Whitred were competent, but they were swimming in a tank with sharks. They lacked the singular, terrifying authority of their father. As the 8th century progressed, the independence of Kent began to feel less like a solid fact and more like a negotiable privilege. The scribes in Canterbury kept writing their chronicles, recording the deaths of abbesses and the succession of bishops. But the entries start to get shorter, more anxious. The shadow of the Midlands was lengthening. The Mercian yoke was being forged, and soon it would be placed heavily on the necks of the men of Kent. The era of the Falcon Kings was ending. The era of the puppet masters was about to begin. There is a particular kind of silence that falls over a room when a giant walks in. It's not a respectful silence. It's the quiet of held breath, of people calculating the distance to the nearest exit. For the independent kingdom of Kent, the middle of the 8th century was that moment of suffocating quiet. The giant had arrived, and his name was Mercia. To understand the Mercian yoke, we have to look north, beyond the Thames, to the Midlands. While Kent had been busy being civilized, trading wine, writing laws, and producing saints, the kingdom of Mercia had been busy doing push-ups. They were the aggressive, expansionist power of the age, a military machine that had slowly swallowed the smaller tribes of central England. They were hungry, they were landlocked, and they looked at the wealthy, coastal kingdom of Kent not as a neighbor, but as a grocery store with the doors unlocked. The trouble started under King Ethelbald of Mercia. He was a terrifying figure who styled himself King of Britain. He began to chip away at Kentish sovereignty, raiding the borders and demanding tribute. But Ethelbald was just the warm-up act. The real crushing weight descended in 757 AD, with the rise of a man who would become the most powerful Anglo-Saxon king before Alfred the Great. Offa. Offa of Mercia is one of history's great cold-eyed pragmatists. He wasn't interested in the old-style heroism of personal combat. He was interested in systems, in administration, and in absolute control. He didn't want to just defeat Kent in battle. He wanted to digest it. He wanted to erase the very idea that Kent was a separate country. The process was slow and agonizing, like a boa constrictor tightening its coils. It began with the charters. In the archives of Canterbury, we can physically see the independence of Kent evaporating in the handwriting of the scribes. In the early days, a Kentish king would sign a land grant with a flourish. I, King of the Kentish men, give this land. But as Offa's shadow lengthened, the titles shrank. The Kentish kings, men like Sigurd and Edbert II, began to appear as regularly sub-kings or mere deuces, dukes, and right at the top of the parchment, looming over them, was the signature of Offa, Rex Merciorum, granting his permission for them to give away their own land. It was a humiliation by paperwork. Offa treated the ancient kingdom of Kent as a province of Mercia. He took personal control of the mints. The beautiful, diverse silver pennies of Kent were replaced by Offa's own coinage. These coins were a propaganda masterstroke. They featured Offa's portrait, executed with a level of artistic realism not seen since the Romans. He wore his hair in calm, elegant waves, looking every inch the emperor. To a Kentish merchant in the market at Rochester, handing over a coin with the face of the foreign oppressor on it must have been a daily, stinging reminder of who was in charge. The economic stranglehold was complete with the loss of London. For centuries, Londonwich had been the commercial playground of Kent. It was where the Oisingas made their money. Offa took it. He seized the emporium, redirected the tolls to his own treasury, and effectively cut Kent off from its primary source of income. The gateway to Britannia was now just a toll booth for Mercia. But Offa made a mistake. He underestimated the sheer, stubborn pride of the Kentish church. The Archbishop of Canterbury at this time was a man named Janebert. He is one of the unsung heroes of Kentish resistance. Janebert was a local aristocrat, a former abbot of St. Augustine's, and a man with the blood of the Kentware in his veins. He did not like Offa. He did not like being told what to do by a Midland warlord. The friction between the king and the archbishop was intense. Janebert refused to be a rubber stamp. He sat in his cathedral, surrounded by the bones of the saints, and obstructed Offa at every turn. He likely preached sermons that were just ambiguous enough to be legal, but clear enough to stoke the fires of resentment. There are rumors, historians still debate them, that Janebert even wrote to Charlemagne, the Emperor of the Franks, suggesting that if Charlemagne were to invade England, the men of Kent might just open the gates for him. This was high treason. Offa was furious, but he couldn't just kill the Archbishop of Canterbury. That would bring the wrath of the Pope and the entire Christian world down on his head. So, Offa decided to do something more devious. If he couldn't kill the man, he would kill the office. In 787 AD, Offa orchestrated one of the most audacious coups in church history. He convened a contentious synod at Chelsea, a council of conflict, and forced the English church to split. He declared that it was insulting for the mighty kingdom of Mercia to be spiritually subject to a bishop in Kent. He demanded a new archbishopric for his own people. And he got it. The Pope, likely bullied or bribed, agreed to elevate the Bishop of Lichfield, a dusty Mercian town, to the status of archbishop. It was ecclesiastical gerrymandering. Offa effectively sliced the English church in half. He stripped Canterbury of all its authority over the Midlands. It was a calculated insult, designed to break Janbert's power and reduce the prestige of Kent. Imagine the mood in the cloisters of Christ Church Cathedral. The monks, who believed they were the guardians of the apostolic succession of St. Augustine, watched as their jurisdiction was torn away by a politician. The Mercian yoke wasn't just physical anymore, it was spiritual. Offa was rewriting the geography of heaven to suit his earthly ambition. The tension in the late 770s was palpable. The Kentish royal line was fragmented, with various claimants trying to navigate the dangerous waters of Offa's court. We see a figure named Ecgbert II appearing in the records. He is a shadowy but vital character. He starts as a client king, signing charters with Offa's permission. But if you look closely at the dates, something shifts. Around 776 AD, Offa's name stops appearing on Ecgbert's documents. The permission slips vanish. Ecgbert II starts minting his own coins again, coins that feature his own name, boldly, without any reference to Mercia. It is a subtle, bureaucratic rebellion. It's the equivalent of a teenager taking the lock off his bedroom door. Offa, busy with wars against the Welsh and the West Saxons, seems to have let his grip slip for a moment. Or perhaps he was just biding his time. But the atmosphere in Kent was changing. The fear was being replaced by anger. The farmers, tired of paying taxes to a distant king who spent their silver on building a massive dike on the Welsh border, Offa's dike, were sharpening their spears. The thanes, humiliated by their loss of status, were looking at Ecgbert II and wondering if the time had come to roll the dice. The Mercian yoke felt permanent. It felt like the end of history for the Kingdom of Kent. Offa was building a centralized English state, and there was no room in his blueprint for an independent kingdom in the southeast. He viewed Kent merely as a bridge to the continent, a strategic asset to be managed by royal reeves. But history is rarely a straight line. Just when the giant seems invincible, he stumbles. The arrogance of Offa, the theft of the mints, the seizure of London, the insult of Lichfield, had created a pressure cooker, the men of Kent and the Kentish men, a distinction between those of the Weald and those of the East that persists to this day, found a common enemy. The ancient identity, forged by Hengist and codified by Ethelbert, was proving to be harder to erase than Offa thought. As the clouds gathered over the North Downs, the silence of the yoke was about to be broken. The giant had pushed too hard. The administrative stranglehold had worked on paper, but it hadn't worked on the hearts of the people. They were waiting for a spark. And in the valley of the Darrant, near the village of Otford, the spark was about to be struck. The scribes were nervous. The ink was barely dry on the latest Mercian decrees when the sound of the war horns began to drift through the valleys. The yoke was heavy, yes, but the neck of the white horse was strong, and it was getting ready to buck. There is a specific spot in the Darrant Valley where the river winds through a gap in the North Downs, creating a natural choke point that military commanders have drooled over for millennia. This is Otford. Today, it's a picturesque village with a duck pond and the ruins of an archbishop's palace. But in the sweltering summer of 776 AD, it was the kill zone where the Kingdom of Kent decided to bet everything on a single throw of the dice. The rebellion had been brewing in the dark corners of the alehouses and the hushed ambulatories of the minsters for years. The Mercian yoke was chafing. King Offa of Mercia, the great administrator, had pushed his luck by treating the ancient Kingdom of Kent like a mere province, stripping its assets, insulting its archbishop, and treating its king, Ecgbert II, like a naughty schoolboy. He had violated the unwritten rules of hegemony. You can tax a people, and you can even conquer them, but if you humiliate them, you create a dangerous kind of energy. Ecgbert II is the hero of this hour, though history has largely forgotten him. He was the man who looked at the mightiest war machine in England and said, "Enough." He stopped sending the tribute. He kicked the Mercian tax collectors out of the royal villas. And when Offa marched south to teach his rebellious vassal a lesson, Ecgbert didn't hide behind the walls of Canterbury. He marched out to meet him. The armies met at Otford. We don't have a detailed tactical map of the battle. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle is frustratingly terse, simply stating, "In this year, the Mercians and the inhabitants of Kent fought at Otford." But we can reconstruct the horror from the silence that follows. Usually, when Offa fights a battle, the scribes rush to tell us how crushed his enemies were. They list the dead kings and the captured banners. For Otford, silence. This silence is the loudest sound in Kentish history. It implies that the unthinkable happened. The invincible Offa was beaten. Imagine the shock of the shield wall clash. The Mercians, disciplined and heavy, used to steamrolling the smaller kingdoms, slamming into the desperate, furious line of the Cantware. The men of Kent were fighting for their homes, quite literally. If they lost here, the kingdom would be erased, turned into a permanent extension of the Midlands. The fighting would have been brutal, a grinding match of iron and ashwood spears in the river mud. And the Kentish line held. Not only did it hold, it pushed back. The result of the Battle of Otford was a stunning tactical victory for Kent. Offa's army was mauled. The great king of Mercia was forced to retreat, limping back north across the Thames to lick his wounds. For the people of Kent, it must have felt like a miracle. The giant had been knocked down. What followed was the lost decade of Kentish independence. From 776 to about 785 AD, the Kingdom of Kent was free. It is a period that historians often miss because they are too focused on the rise of Wessex. But the evidence is there in the parchment and the silver. Immediately after the battle, Ecgbert II starts acting like a boss. The permission slips from Offa vanish completely from the charters. Ecgbert grants land to the church in his own name, with no reference to any overlord. He calls himself Rex Cantuariorum, King of the Kentishmen, with a flourish that suggests he really means it. Even more telling is the coinage. For 10 glorious years, the mints at Canterbury stopped churning out coins with Offa's face on them. Instead, they struck heavy silver pennies bearing the name of Ecgbert. It was a declaration of sovereignty in every purse and pocket. The economy rebounded. The tolls from the ports stayed in Kent. The wine from France flowed into Kentish cups, not Mercian ones. Archbishop Eanbert, the thorn in Offa's side, must have been delighted. He had gambled on the rebellion, and it had paid off. The dream of a separate Mercian archbishopric at Lichfield was put on hold, though Offa would eventually force it through later. For a brief, shining moment, Canterbury was once again the undisputed spiritual capital of the South. But there is a melancholy quality to this independence. It feels fragile, like a sandcastle built too close to the tide. Ecgbert II was ruling on borrowed time. He had beaten Offa once, but Offa was not a man who made the same mistake twice. The Mercian king spent those years consolidating his power elsewhere, dealing with the Welsh, shoring up his defenses, and rebuilding his army. He was playing the long game. While Kent enjoyed its freedom, the geopolitical walls were closing in again. Ecgbert II disappears from the historical record around 784 AD. We don't know how he died. Did he fall in a skirmish? Did he die of old age? exhausted by the stress of holding the line? Or was there a darker end, a knife in the dark funded by Mercian gold? He was succeeded, or perhaps overlapped, by a king named Ilmund. Now, Elmund is a fascinating ghost. He rules for perhaps a year or two in Kent, but his importance lies in his DNA. He is the father of Egbert of Wessex, the man who would eventually become the first king of all England. This means the future royal house of England, the House of Wessex, actually has deep roots in this twilight period of Kentish resistance. It suggests that the anti-Mercian factions in Kent and Wessex were working together, sharing blood and strategies. But in 785 AD, the hammer finally came down. Offa returned. He didn't come back with a hasty expeditionary force. He came back with the full, overwhelming weight of the Mercian state. He had finished his wars in the west, and now he turned his unblinking gaze back to the southeast. This time, there would be no Otford. The Kentish resistance, leaderless after the death of Ecgbert II, crumbled. Offa's revenge was administrative and total. He didn't just reoccupy the kingdom, he tried to dissolve it. From 785 until his death in 796, Offa ruled Kent directly. There were no more sub-kings, no more puppets. Offa was simply King of Mercia and Kent. He seized the royal estates. He treated the minsters like his personal piggy bank. The Archbishop, Genbert, died in 792. Likely a broken man, watching his rival at Lichfield, received the pallium from the Pope. Offa appointed a successor, Ethelhard, who was seen by many in Kent as a Mercian collaborator, a quisling bishop. The lost decade was over. The Battle of Otford became a memory, a story told by old veterans showing their scars to their grandchildren. "We beat them once," they would say. "We drove them into the river." But the reality outside the door was a grim occupation. However, the spirit of Otford didn't entirely vanish. It went underground. The rebellion proved that the Mercian hegemony wasn't ordained by God. It was just a matter of spears and luck. It planted a seed of hope. It showed that the men of Kent could punch above their weight. Offa surely felt secure. He was the greatest king in Europe after Charlemagne. He corresponded with the emperor as an equal. He built his great dike. He controlled the mints, the church, and the trade. But biology eventually conquers even the greatest tyrants. In July 796 AD, King Offa died. The moment the news hit the streets of Canterbury, the Mercian yoke snapped. It wasn't a gentle transition. It was an explosion. The pent-up rage of 20 years, the memories of the occupation, the hatred of the foreign tax collectors. It all detonated. The rebellion that followed Offa's death wasn't led by a legitimate Oisingus prince. The old line was dead or in exile. The new leader was a man named Egbert Prynne, and Egbert was complicated. He wasn't a warrior. He was a priest. In fact, he was an ordained cleric who had been living in exile at the court of Charlemagne. He returned to Kent, renounced his vows, which was a massive scandal, and declared himself king. He was an apostate king, a priest turned warlord. It adds a frantic, desperate flavor to the uprising. The people of Kent were so desperate for a leader, they rallied behind a defrocked clergyman. Egbert Prynne managed to hold the kingdom for 2 chaotic years. He struck coins. He defied the Pope, who actually excommunicated him for leaving the priesthood. He defied Coenwulf, the new king of Mercia. It was the last wild gasp of Kentish independence, but the church turned against him. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Ethelhard, fled to the Mercian court and effectively authorized a crusade against his own flock. He painted Eadbert Prynne not as a patriot, but as a heretic. In 798 AD, the Mercian army returned under Coenwulf. They crushed the rebellion. They captured Eadbert Prion, and the punishment they inflicted on him was specifically designed to ensure he could never be king or a priest again. They didn't kill him. They blinded him and cut off his hands. He was thrown into the dungeons of the Mercian royal monastery at Winchcombe, a living cautionary tale. The rebellion at Otford and the uprising of Eadbert Prion were the twin peaks of Kentish resistance. They were heroic, bloody, and ultimately doomed. The independent kingdom was gasping for air. The fire that had been lit at Otford was stamped out, leaving only the smell of ash and the clinking of Mercian shackles. But as the 8th century turned into the 9th, a new power was rising in the west, and the final act of the drama was about to begin. The men of Kent had fought the Mercians and lost. But they weren't the only ones who hated the view from the Midlands. If there is a job in history worse than being a peasant in a plague year, it might be the job of a puppet king. It's a role that comes with all the danger of being a monarch, the assassination plots, the high blood pressure, the constant need to look over your shoulder, but absolutely none of the power. You are a mask worn by someone else. You sit on the high seat, you wear the gold ring, but everyone in the hall knows that when you speak, your voice sounds suspiciously like the warlord living 3 counties away. As the 9th century dawned over the rolling downs of Kent, the kingdom entered its twilight phase, the era of the puppet kings. The heroic resistance of the Battle of Otford was a fading memory. The disastrous rebellion of the priest-king Eadbert Prion had ended in blindness and chains. The mighty Coenwulf of Mercia was now the undisputed master of the South, and he had learned a lesson from the uprisings. Don't leave Kent headless, but don't give it a head that can think for itself. His solution in 798 AD was to install his own brother, Cuthred, on the Kentish throne. Cuthred is a fascinating study in mediocrity. He wasn't a bad man, by all accounts. He wasn't a tyrant who burned villages for sport. He was just there. He was a Mercian administrator with a crown. He lived in Canterbury, he issued charters, and he patronized the church, but he was essentially a branch manager for Mercia Incorporated. He ruled for 9 years, and his reign feels like a long grey Tuesday. The fire had gone out of the Kentish belly. The nobility, exhausted by decades of war and purges, accepted the stability he brought. It was better to have a boring Mercian king than another harvest burned by an invading army. But when Cuthred died in 807 AD, Coenwulf didn't even bother to replace him. He just shrugged and said, "I'll do it myself." For the next 16 years, Kent didn't even have a puppet. It was ruled directly from the Midlands. The royal title of Rex Cantuariorum was shelved. The ancient kingdom became a mere province, a tax jurisdiction. However, while the secular power was dead, the spiritual power was waking up. And this is where the story gets interesting, because the resistance against Mercia moved from the battlefield to the altar. Enter Archbishop Wulfred. Wulfred was consecrated in 805 AD, and he was a man made of granite. He was a wealthy Kentish aristocrat who looked at the Mercian overlords with barely concealed contempt. He believed in the supremacy of Canterbury, not just as a religious site, but as a political power. He began a program of reforming the minsters, which was code for taking control of their land and kicking out the lay nobility who were loyal to Mercia. The conflict between King Coenwulf of Mercia and Archbishop Wilfrid is one of the great heavyweight fights of the Dark Ages. It wasn't fought with swords. It was fought with lawsuits, forgeries, and excommunications. At one point, Coenwulf got so fed up with the archbishop that he effectively suspended him from office for 6 years. He seized the archbishop's estates and demanded a massive fine to give them back. Wilfrid, stubborn as a mule, refused to back down. He went to the Pope. He played the long game. This friction weakened the Mercian grip. Coenwulf couldn't effectively govern a province where the most powerful man in the country, the archbishop, was actively undermining him. The Mercian yoke was rusting from the inside out. When Coenwulf died in 821 AD, the Mercian war machine began to sputter. His successor was deposed. The next guy, Beornwulf, was a usurper with shaky legitimacy. And in this chaos, the Kingdom of Kent saw one last flickering chance to be a kingdom again. Out of the confusion of the early 820s steps a man named Baldred. We know almost nothing about Baldred's background. Was he a distant cousin of the old Oisingas line, dusted off and pushed onto the stage? Was he a local nobleman who seized the moment? Or was he a compromise candidate, allowed to rule by a distracted Mercia just to keep the peace? We don't know, but around 823 AD, he appears in the record as King of Kent. Baldred is the definition of the uneasy king. If you look at his coins, and he minted quite a few, they are painfully trying to look legitimate. They feature his portrait, stylized and neat, with the inscription Baldred Rex. He was trying to project confidence. He was trying to say, look, we are back. The nightmare is over. Kent is Kent again. But nobody was fooled. Baldred was ruling a house of cards. He had no significant army. His kingdom was riddled with pro-Mercian spies and pro-Wessex sympathizers. He was sitting on the throne in Canterbury, but his eyes were constantly scanning the horizon. To the north, the new Mercian king, Beornwulf, was trying to get his act together to reassert control. But it was the view to the west that was truly terrifying. While Kent had been suffering under puppets and direct rule, the kingdom of Wessex had been transforming. In 802 AD, a man named Egbert had taken the throne of the West Saxons. Egbert was not your average Anglo-Saxon warlord. He had spent years in exile at the court of Charlemagne, the emperor of the Franks. He had seen how a real empire worked. He had seen the heavy cavalry, the centralized administration, the alliance between church and state. When he returned to Britain, he brought that Carolingian ambition with him. For 20 years, Egbert had been quiet. He was building his strength. He was professionalizing his army. He was securing his borders against the Cornish. He watched the chaos in Mercia and the weakness in Kent, and he waited. He was like a crocodile on a riverbank, still, patient, and absolutely lethal. By the time Baldred took his shaky throne in 823, Egbert of Wessex was ready to move. The contrast between the two men couldn't be starker. Baldred was a local figure, trying to hold together a fragmented, exhausted province with duct tape and nostalgia. Egbert was a continental-style monarch with a veteran army and a grand strategy to unify the South. The atmosphere in Canterbury during Baldred's short reign must have been suffocating. The Archbishop, Wilfrid, was likely freezing the king out. Wilfrid knew the way the wind was blowing. He knew that Mercia was a sinking ship, and that Baldred was just a passenger. The smart money was on Wessex. the church began to quietly align itself with Egbert, seeing in him a protector who might finally respect their rights. Baldred tried to govern. He issued a few charters. He tried to mediate disputes. But there is a sense of futility in the records. It's the activity of a man rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. The merchants in London, the abbesses in Thanet, the reeves in the lathes. They were all holding their breath. They stopped investing. They stopped building. They were waiting for the storm to break. The puppet king found himself in the worst possible position. He was technically independent enough to be blamed for everything, but too weak to actually fix anything. If Mercia decided to come back in force, he was dead. If Wessex invaded, he was dead. He was squeezed between two tectonic plates that were slowly, inexorably grinding toward each other. In 825 AD, the tension finally snapped. But it didn't start in Kent. It started, as these things often do, with a miscalculation by the bully. Beornwulf of Mercia, arguably one of the most incompetent kings in English history, decided he needed a military victory to shore up his crumbling authority. He looked at Wessex and thought, I can take them. He marched his army south. He crossed the Thames. He invaded protecting territory. He was looking for a fight. Baldred, sitting in Canterbury, must have heard the news with a sick feeling in his stomach. The two giants were finally going to clash, and whoever won would come for him next. If Mercia won, the direct rule would return, and Baldred would be executed as a usurper. If Wessex won, they would likely view Kent as their rightful inheritance. Remember, Egbert's father had briefly been King of Kent 40 years prior. There was no good outcome for the puppet king. As the summer of 825 burned on, the armies maneuvered. The air was thick with the dust of marching columns. The climax was approaching. Baldred could do nothing but wait. He couldn't mobilize the Kentish Fyrd. They wouldn't fight for him. He couldn't pay off the invaders. The treasury was empty. He was a spectator at his own funeral. The era of the puppet kings was a tragic interlude, a period where the proud identity of the Cantware was slowly suffocated by the geopolitical reality of a unifying England. The small, independent kingdom, the gateway to Britannia, simply wasn't big enough to survive in a world of superstates. The lathes, the laws of Ethelbert, the legacy of the Oisingas. It was all about to be tested against the cold, hard steel of the West Saxons. Baldred sits on his throne, the crown heavy on his head, listening to the rumors flying in from the west. The Battle of Ellendun is about to begin. The tide is coming in, and Baldred is standing in the sand, knowing that he is too small to stop the wave. The death of a kingdom rarely looks like it does in the paintings. There is usually no final, glorious charge of the Light Brigade, no king dying on a heap of his enemies, while the sun sets in a melodramatic crimson sky. In the case of the Kingdom of Kent, the end didn't come with a bang, but with a sudden, suffocating realization that the game was up. The year was 825 AD, and the tectonic plates of English history had just slammed together in a field outside of Kent, sending a shockwave that knocked the crown right off Baldred's head. It started at Ellendun. Today, it's a quiet parish near Swindon called Rawton. But on that late summer day, it was a slaughterhouse. King Beornwulf of Mercia, the man who had bullied the south for too long, had brought his army to crush Egbert of Wessex. It was supposed to be a routine assertion of Mercian dominance, but Beornwulf had miscalculated. He ran into a West Saxon army that had been honed by decades of frontier warfare against the Cornish. The battle was a catastrophe for Mercia. The chroniclers tell us that the river ran red with gore. When the sun went down, the Mercian war machine lay broken in the mud. Beornwulf fled, a humiliated fugitive who would soon be killed by his own subjects in East Anglia. In Canterbury, the news of Elendun must have arrived like a thunderclap. For King Baldred, the puppet of Mercia, it was the worst possible news. His protector was gone. The giant who held his leash had been slain, and now the wolf was coming. Egbert of Wessex didn't waste time celebrating. He knew that victory is a perishable commodity. While the blood was still drying on the grass at Elendun, he split his forces. He took the main army to hunt down the remnants of the Mercians, but he detached a large mobile strike force to head east. He gave command of this force to his son, Ethelwulf. This is the moment the kingdom of Kent effectively dies. Ethelwulf marched into the kingdom not as a raider, but as a landlord coming to evict a squatter. He brought with him Wulfherd, his ealdorman, and Aelstan, the fighting bishop of Sherborne. It was a shock and awe campaign. Baldred seems to have frozen. He had no support. The Cantware, the people of Kent, weren't going to die for him. Why would they? He was a Mercian appointee, a symbol of the very yoke they hated. As Ethelwulf's army crossed the border, likely moving swiftly along the ancient trackways of the North Downs, Baldred realized he was alone in his own hall. He ran. The chronicle is brutally short on details, simply saying he was driven out northwards over the Thames. It's a pathetic image. The last king of Kent, scrambling into a boat, perhaps at Rochester or Deptford, rowing frantically toward the dubious safety of Essex, leaving his kingdom, his treasury, and his dignity on the south bank. He vanishes into the fog of history, a footnote king who exited stage left, while the real actors took the stage. With Baldred gone, the West Saxon army entered Canterbury. But here is where the story twists. Instead of burning the city, instead of looting the cathedral, Ethelwulf was greeted, if not with flowers, then at least with open gates. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, which was written by West Saxon scribes and is therefore pure propaganda, tells us that the people of Kent submitted to Egbert because they had been formally forced away from his kinsmen. This is a brilliant piece of political spin, but it likely contains a kernel of truth. Remember Ealhmund, the father of Egbert of Wessex, had been a king in Kent back in the 780s. Egbert was using this connection to frame his conquest not as an invasion, but as a restoration. He wasn't conquering a foreign land. He was reclaiming his family's patrimony. He was saying to the men of Kent, I am one of you. My father ruled here. I am bringing you back into the family. It worked. The exhaustion of the Kentish people played a huge role. After 50 years of Mercian bullying, direct rule, puppet kings, and blinding priests, the stable, wealthy, and culturally similar House of Wessex looked like a savior. The kingdom of Sussex, Surrey, and Essex quickly followed suit, surrendering to Ethelwulf. In one sweeping campaign, the entire southeast of England collapsed into the arms of Wessex. But let's be clear about what this meant. This wasn't an alliance. It was an annexation. The independent kingdom of Kent, which had existed since Hengist and Horsa beached their ships at Ebbsfleet nearly 400 years earlier, was extinguished. There would never again be a king of Kent who didn't owe allegiance to a higher power. The gateway to Britannia, the land of the first laws and the first Christians, was now a province of the Kingdom of the West Saxons. However, Egbert was smart. He knew that Kent was special. It was too rich, too proud, and too distinct to just be swallowed whole. You couldn't just turn Canterbury into Wessex East. So, he created a sub-kingdom. He appointed his son, Ethelwulf, as the King of Kent. This became the standard operating procedure for the House of Wessex. The heir to the throne, the Prince of Wales of his day, would cut his teeth by ruling Kent. It was a training ground for future kings. It gave Kent a sense of continued importance. They still had a king living in Canterbury. He just happened to be the son of the big boss in Winchester. The transition was smoothed over by the church. Archbishop Wilfred, the man who had fought Mercia so hard, saw the writing on the wall. He quickly made peace with Egbert and Ethelwulf. A fascinating numismatic event occurred known as the anonymous coinage. For a brief period, around 825 and 826 AD, the mint at Canterbury struck coins that had no king's name on them at all, just the name of the moneyer or the archbishop. It was a pause, a breath held while the dies were recut. Then, the new pennies appeared. Eccebiret Rex. The deal was done. The church would support Wessex, and in return, Wessex would protect the church's vast estates from the encroaching hands of the local nobility. It was a marriage of convenience that would define the next century. But even as the political structures dissolved, the culture of Kent refused to die. This is the miracle of 825 AD. Usually, when a kingdom falls, its laws and customs are swept away by the victor. But Kent was different. The laws of the Kentishmen survived. The custom of Gavelkind, that unique system of inheritance where all sons split the land, was not replaced by the West Saxon primogeniture. The specific administrative units, the lathes, remained. The distinct identity of the Cantware was so strong that Egbert didn't dare try to erase it. He simply placed a new roof on the old house. For the average Kjorl farming his pigs in the Weald, life probably didn't change much on the Tuesday after the surrender. The tax collector might have had a different accent, and the coins in the market might have had a new face, but the rhythm of the year remained. The oats still needed harvesting, the sheep still needed shearing, and the mud was still deep. Yet, for the aristocracy, the world had shifted on its axis. The center of gravity had moved from Canterbury to Winchester. The ambitious young thanes of Kent now had to travel west if they wanted to make a name for themselves. The court of Saint James of the Dark Ages was no longer in the shadow of the cathedral. It was in the halls of the West Saxon kings. The fall of the kingdom also marked the end of an era of isolation. Kent had always been the window to Europe, the cosmopolitan cousin. By absorbing Kent, Wessex gained that window. Egbert gained control of the Channel ports. He gained the vast commercial wealth of the Thames estuary. It was the acquisition of Kent that transformed Wessex from a regional power into a national one. You could argue that the Kingdom of England was conceived in 825 AD, when the military might of the West Saxons was finally welded to the economic and spiritual wealth of the Kentishmen. As the year 825 faded into 826, the Oisingas were truly gone. Their blood might have run in the veins of the common folk, or in the distant lineage of Egbert himself. But as a political force, they were extinct. The white horse of Kent was now pulling the chariot of Wessex. But history has a wicked sense of timing. just as the internal wars of the English seemed to be resolving, just as a new, unified power bloc was emerging in the south, the horizon darkened. The sea, which had always been Kent's lifeline, the source of its trade and its wealth, was about to become its greatest threat. While Egbert was celebrating his victory and Ethelwulf was settling into his new palace in Canterbury, the lookouts on the Isle of Sheppey were squinting at strange shapes in the mist. They weren't Frankish traders. They weren't Frisian merchants. These ships were sleek, low, and decorated with dragon heads. The heathen storm was gathering. The fall of the independent kingdom had happened just in time to face a threat that would make the Mercian yoke look like a gentle hug. The kingdom of Kent was dead. Long live the sub-kingdom of Kent, the front line of the Viking Age. There is a terrible irony in the geography of Kent. For 400 years, the sea had been its greatest friend. The English Channel was the highway that brought the wine from Francia, the glass from the Rhineland, and the books from Rome. It was the reason Kent was the wealthiest, most sophisticated corner of Britain. But in the early decades of the 9th century, the sea turned traitor. The very currents that had carried Saint Augustine to the shores of Thanet were now carrying something else, something that didn't want to save souls, but to sell them. To understand the horror of what happened next, you have to look at the map of Kent through the eyes of a predator. You see a coastline that is essentially a buffet table laid out for a hungry guest. The kingdom, now a sub-kingdom of Wessex, was studded with minsters. These weren't just churches. They were unprotected treasure houses. Places like Minster in Thanet, Minster in Sheppey, Reculver, and Lyminge were sitting ducks. They were built on islands or right on the coast to be closer to God and trade routes. They were packed with gold chalices, silver crosses, jeweled book covers, and silk vestments. And they were guarded by nuns. It was, in the cold calculus of the Viking Age, a low-risk, high-yield investment opportunity. The storm broke in 835 AD. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, usually so dry and stoic, records it with a shudder. In this year, heathen men ravaged Sheppey. Ravaged. It's a word that hides a multitude of sins. The Isle of Sheppey, Sheep Island, sits in the mouth of the Thames like a cork in a bottle. It was isolated, flat, and quiet. The nuns at the minster there, founded by the Holy Queen Sexburga, likely saw the ships coming. But they wouldn't have understood what they were seeing. These weren't the heavy, round-bellied trading cogs they were used to. These were long, slender slivers of wood, skimming over the water like water striders. They had shallow drafts, meaning they didn't need a harbor. They could slide right up onto the mudflats or the beach. The raid would have been fast, brutal, and incredibly loud. The Vikings didn't just want the loot. They used terror as a weapon. They would storm into the cloister, shouting in a harsh alien tongue, smashing the doors, stripping the altars. The psychological shock was total. For centuries, the church had been untouchable. Even in the wars between Mercia and Wessex, you didn't burn down a nunnery. There were rules. These men, these heathens, didn't have the same rule book. They killed the priests who tried to protect the relics. They rounded up the younger monks and nuns, not to kill them, but to drag them to the ships. Human beings were a valuable commodity in the slave markets of Dublin and the Baltic. When the longships pushed off from Sheppey, leaving the minster smoking and the sheep scattered, they took with them the sense of safety that had defined Kentish life for generations. The gateway to Britannia had been kicked open, and there was no latch to lock it back up. This wasn't a one-off event. It was the testing of the waters. The Vikings, coming from Denmark and Norway, realized that England was soft. The news would have spread through the North Sea networks. Go south. The priests have gold, and their kings are slow. In the years that followed, the raids intensified. The coastline of Kent became a frontier of fear. Watchtowers were manned on the cliffs of Dover and the headlands of Thanet. Beacons were prepared, piles of dry wood soaked in pitch, ready to be lit the moment a sail broke the horizon. But the Vikings were faster than the news. They struck at Romney Marsh, navigating the complex maze of waterways to attack the rich settlements deep in the wetlands. They hit the port of Sandwich. They harried the traffic on the Thames. The impact on the Kentish economy was catastrophic. Trade requires trust. You don't send a ship full of expensive wool to France if there's a 50-50 chance it will be intercepted by a dragon ship. The bustling ports of Fordwich and Sarah began to quiet down. The merchants stayed home. The coinage of the period becomes debased. There is less silver in the pennies, a sign that the treasury is bleeding. But the most profound change was in the minds of the people. For the first time, the Cantware felt the heathen nature of the enemy as a spiritual assault. The chroniclers don't call them Danes or Norwegians at first. They call them pagans or heathens. To a deeply Christian society, this wasn't just a war. It was the apocalypse. It felt like God was punishing them. Had they sinned? Had they not prayed enough? The litanies in the cathedral at Canterbury changed. A new line was added to the daily prayers, whispered by trembling lips. A furore, nominorum libera nos, Domine. From the fury of the Northmen, deliver us, O Lord. The minsters themselves began to change. They stopped being open, airy places of learning and started becoming fortresses. We see evidence of ditches being dug, walls being strengthened. The abbesses, those powerful women we talked about, found themselves in the role of military commanders, trying to negotiate ransoms for their sisters or organizing the evacuation of their relics. There is a story, perhaps apocryphal but telling, of the golden gospels of the Stockholm Codex. This magnificent book, made in Canterbury, was stolen by Vikings during a raid. It ends up in the hands of a warlord who doesn't care about the words, only the gold on the cover. But somehow, a Kentish ealdorman named Alfred, not the great, just a local noble, buys it back. He pays a ransom of pure gold to rescue the book from the heathens. On the flyleaf, there is a scribbled note recording the transaction. It's a tiny window into the desperation. Buying back your own heritage from a pirate who is holding it hostage. By 841 AD, the raids were no longer just coastal nibbles. They were piercing inland. The Vikings attacked the marshlands of the south and the north. They struck at Rochester, the second city of Kent, the guardian of the Medway Bridge. The Roman walls of Rochester, battered and repaired a dozen times, were tested again. The sheer mobility of the Vikings was their superpower. They could row up the Medway on the rising tide, hit a settlement, and be gone on the falling tide before the local feared militia could even find their spears. The sub-king of Kent, Ethelwulf, who had by now succeeded his father Egbert as king of Wessex, leaving Kent to his own son Athelstan, tried to organize a defense. But how do you defend a peninsula that is surrounded by water on three sides? It's a strategic nightmare. The Vikings could land anywhere. If the army marched to Thanet, the Vikings would hit Romney. If they marched to Romney, the Vikings would hit Sheppey. It was a deadly game of whack-a-mole. In 851 AD, the scale changed again. This wasn't a raiding party of 3 or 4 ships. A massive fleet, some sources say 350 ships, entered the Thames estuary. This was a floating city. They stormed Canterbury itself. Imagine the scene. The great city of the Oiscingas, the seat of the archbishop, the Rome of the north. Overrun, the Vikings broke into the cathedral. They slaughtered the clergy. Archbishop Ceolnoth likely had to barricade himself in the crypt or flee. The city was sacked. But then, the men of Kent fought back. It's important to remember that they weren't passive victims. They were the descendants of Hengist. They knew how to handle a spear. The Fyrd of Kent rallied. They fought skirmishes in the oak woods of the Blean. They ambushed foraging parties in the sunken lanes. And later, in that bloody year of 851, at a place called Aclea, the Field of Oaks, location unknown but likely in Surrey, Kent borderlands, the main West Saxon and Kentish army finally caught the Viking host. It was a bloodbath. The Chronicle says it was the greatest slaughter of a heathen host that we have ever heard tell of. The Vikings were smashed. The sub-king Athelstan fought alongside his father Ethelwulf. It proved that the dragon could be bled. It bought the kingdom a few years of respite. However, the nature of the threat was shifting. In the early days, the Vikings went home for the winter. They were seasonal workers. They would raid in the summer and return to Scandinavia to spend their loot when the autumn gales set in. But in 851, for the first time, a Viking army didn't go home. They stayed. They wintered on the Isle of Thanet. This sent a chill through the spine of the administration. Thanet, the old gift of Vortigern to Hengist, was once again a foreign beachhead. The Vikings fortified their camps. They spent the dark, wet winter months there, eating the food of the Kentish peasants, sharpening their axes, and watching the mainland across the Wonsum Channel. They weren't just visitors anymore. They were neighbors. The psychological toll of having a heathen army camped on your doorstep for Christmas cannot be overstated. It meant the war had no off-season. It meant there was no time to replant the crops, no time to rebuild the burned barns. The presence of the winter camp on Thanet was a cancer growing in the side of the kingdom. As the mid-9th century rolled on, the Kingdom of Kent, or what was left of it, became a militarized zone. The rich, easy life of the 7th and 8th centuries was a distant memory. The Garden of England was becoming a fortress. The minsters that had once been open to the sky were now enclosed behind palisades. The libraries were hidden. The gold was buried. And the people changed too. The men of Kent became harder, more suspicious. They learned to sleep with one eye open. They learned that the sea was not a friend. The heathen storm had blown the roof off their world, and the rain was coming down hard. But the worst was yet to come. The Vikings on Thanet were just the advance guard. The great heathen army was gathering, and it wouldn't be satisfied with just raiding the pantry. It wanted the whole house. If you were a betting man in the year 865 AD, standing on the cliffs of Ramsgate and looking out over the grey, churning water of the North Sea, you would have bet against the survival of England. The raids we talked about before, the hit-and-run attacks on the minsters, the seasonal looting, were terrifying, yes. But they were like bad weather. They were storms that blew in and blew out. You could rebuild the barn, buy back the slaves, and get on with your life. But in 865, the weather changed permanently. The barometer dropped and the glass shattered. This wasn't a raiding party. This was a migration. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle calls it the Mysal Heathen here, the great heathen army. It didn't come to steal a few chalices and leave. It came to decapitate the kingdoms of England one by one and take the land for itself. And where did this hammer blow land first? Where it always lands. Kent. The army arrived on the Isle of Thanet. We keep coming back to Thanet, don't we? It's the recurring stage for every act of this drama. Hengist landed there. Augustine landed there. And now the brothers Ivar the Boneless and Halfdan landed there. But this time, the guests were numbered in the thousands. The camps they set up weren't temporary bivouacs. They were a city of tents and timber that stretched across the island. The smoke from their fires would have been a constant dark smudge on the eastern horizon, visible to the terrified farmers on the mainland. The men of Kent, specifically the administration in Canterbury, faced a horrifying choice. They could call out the feared, the militia. They could try to storm the island across the Wansum Channel. But let's be real. The Kentish Fyrd was a force of farmers armed with spears and shields, brave but part-time soldiers. The Great Heathen Army was a professional death squad, veterans of wars in Ireland and Francia, men who lived and died by the axe. To fight them in the open was suicide. So, the Kentish authorities did what civilized, wealthy people often do when confronted with brute force. They reached for their wallets. They opened negotiations. Messengers were sent across the marshes to the Viking camp. It must have been a surreal encounter. The trembling monks and reeves of Canterbury standing before the warlords, offering bags of silver in exchange for a promise. The promise was simple. Take this money and don't kill us. Leave us in peace. This is the Dungeld in all but name, the peace money. The sum was likely enormous. We don't have the receipt, but to buy off an army of that size, you are talking about thousands of pounds of silver. Where did it come from? It came from the veins of the kingdom. The chalices were melted down. The gold crosses were stripped of their gems. The coins were collected from every market stall in Rochester and Dover. It was a massive transfer of wealth from the productive economy of Kent to the war chest of the Vikings. The deal was struck. The silver was handed over. The men of Kent breathed a sigh of relief. They had bought peace. It was expensive, but at least their homes wouldn't burn. But they had misunderstood the nature of the transaction. To a Viking warlord like Ivar, a treaty wasn't a binding contract. It was a deception tactic. The Chronicle records the heartbreak with brutal brevity. The dwellers in Kent promised them money for that truce. And under cover of that truce and promise of money, the army stole away inland by night and ravaged all the eastern part of Kent. It is one of the most cynical betrayals in English history. The Vikings took the money, waited for the Kentish men to let their guard down, and then broke out of Thanet under the cover of darkness. They swarmed across the Wansum Channel, likely at low tide, and fanned out into the rich farmlands of East Kent. They ravaged the land. They burned the very farms that had just paid the tax to save themselves. It was a lesson in total war. The Vikings were demonstrating that they couldn't be bought, or rather, that they could be bought and then steal the goods anyway. The ruin followed the ransom as surely as night follows day. The psychological impact of this double cross was devastating. It broke the trust between the rulers and the ruled. The people of Kent had paid their taxes, they had given up their silver, and the king, or the sub-king sitting in Canterbury, had failed to protect them. The social contract dissolved into panic. Refugees flooded the roads, heading west toward the deep woods of the Weald or the walls of Rochester, clutching whatever they could carry. The great heathen army eventually moved on, heading north to East Anglia to find horses, but they left Kent a broken shell. The economy was shattered, the confidence was gone, and for the next decade, Kent became the piggy bank for the Viking Wars. Even when the main army was fighting in Northumbria or Mercia, raiding parties would circle back to the south, knowing that the Bank of Kent was always open if you kicked the door hard enough. We can see the evidence of this ruin in the ground. Hoards of coins from this period are buried all over the south of England. These weren't savings accounts. These were panic deposits. People were burying their wealth because they didn't know if they would be alive in the morning. The coinage itself tells a sad story. The lunette pennies minted in Canterbury during this time are often debased, mixed with copper or brass. The silver was running out. The king's face on the coins looks crude, the letters often misspelled. It is the currency of a society in freefall. The church, which had been the backbone of the kingdom, began to crumble. Archbishop Sailnorth, who presided over this disaster, faced a crisis of manpower. The monks were dead or fled. The literacy rates plummeted because the schools were closed. In one heartbreaking document, the Archbishop complains that he can't find anyone who can read Latin well enough to conduct the services properly. The light of learning that Theodore and Hadrian had lit in Canterbury centuries before was flickering out. But the Vikings weren't just taking silver, they were taking people. The slave trade exploded. Viking raiders would sweep through a village, round up the healthy men and women, and march them to the ships. A Kentish weaver, who one day was making cloth for the king, might find herself the next week on an auction block in Dublin, sold to a chieftain from Iceland. The demographic bleeding was severe. The labor force needed to farm the land was being exported. Yet, amidst this ruin, the geography of Kent offered one small mercy. The great heathen army, for all its power, was focused on the larger kingdoms, Northumbria, Mercia, East Anglia. They wanted to topple kings and seize vast territories. Kent, being a sub-kingdom of Wessex, was slightly peripheral to their main strategic goal of conquest in the north. This meant that while Kent suffered terrible raids and extortion, it wasn't completely occupied and settled in the same way Yorkshire Jorvik was. There was no Danelaw in Kent. The Jutes didn't become Danes. They remained a beleaguered outpost of the English. This period of ransom and ruin lasted for nearly 20 years. It was a grinding, miserable endurance test. The people of Kent learned to live with a permanent knot of fear in their stomachs. They learned that a sail on the horizon meant death. They learned that their priests couldn't save them, and their gold couldn't buy safety. But in the west, the tide was slowly turning. The House of Wessex was the last kingdom standing. Mercia had fallen. Northumbria had fallen. East Anglia had fallen. Only Wessex, with its sub-kingdom of Kent, remained free. And in 871 AD, A young man took the throne of Wessex who understood that you couldn't buy off a Viking. You had to beat him. Alfred the Great inherited a disaster, but he saw the strategic value of Kent clearly. He knew that Kent was the front door. If he wanted to save Wessex, he had to hold the line in the southeast. As the 880s approached, the great heathen army, having eaten the rest of England, turned its hungry eyes back to the south. Guthrum, the Viking king, was circling. The era of paying the Danegeld was ending, not because the Vikings didn't want the money, but because there was no money left to give. The people of Kent were bankrupt. The only thing they had left to offer was their blood. In 885 AD, the Vikings returned in force, not to raid, but to besiege. They surrounded the city of Rochester. This was the moment of truth. If Rochester fell, the road to Canterbury and then to Winchester was open. The ransom years had failed. Now it was time for total war. The terrified populace, who had spent a generation hiding in the woods and burying their pennies, looked to the west, praying that the king of the West Saxons would come. And this time, he wasn't sending a bag of silver. He was bringing the shield wall. The winter of the great heathen army had frozen the soul of Kent, stripping it of its wealth and its pride. But as the snow melted and the siege engines rolled up to the walls of Rochester, the Cantware were about to find out that they were part of a new, grander design. The ruined kingdom was about to become the front line of the English reconquest. The year 805 HT marks the moment the men of Kent stopped looking over their shoulders and started looking at the walls. For decades, the strategy against the Vikings had been a mix of running away, praying, and handing over heavy bags of silver. It was a strategy of survival, not victory. But when the Viking siege engines rolled up to the Roman walls of Rochester that year, something fundamental shifted. The city didn't surrender. The gates didn't open. The people of Rochester, battered and bankrupt as they were, looked down from their crumbling ramparts and decided to hold the line. The Siege of Rochester is one of those Hollywood moments in Anglo-Saxon history. The Vikings, frustrated that the city wouldn't capitulate, actually built their own fortress right outside the city gates. It was a siege castle, a fastness, designed to starve the defenders out. They dug trenches, they shouted insults, and they waited for the hunger to do its work. But they had forgotten one thing. The King of Wessex was no longer the passive Ethelwulf or the distant Egbert. He was Alfred. Alfred arrived with the Fyrd of Wessex not to negotiate, but to fight. And the reaction of the Vikings tells you everything about how the balance of power had changed. They didn't form a shield wall to meet him. They panicked. The chronicle says they fled to their ships, abandoning their horses and their prisoners. They ran. For the people of Kent, seeing the backs of the Vikings must have been a sight more beautiful than any sunrise. But Alfred, being Alfred, wasn't satisfied with a single victory. He looked at the map of Kent and saw a mess. The defenses were ancient, the organization was chaotic, and the people were vulnerable. He realized that if he wanted to save England, he had to turn Kent into a fortress. He had to militarize the gateway to Britannia. This is the birth of the burgh system in the southeast. A burh, from which we get borough, was a fortified town, manned by a standing garrison. Alfred essentially told the landowners of Kent, "I will protect you, but you are going to pay for it in sweat." He calculated exactly how many men were needed to defend a certain length of wall. 4 men for every pole, 5.5 yards of wall, and he taxed the land in labor to provide them. Canterbury was refortified. The Roman walls, which had been allowed to decay into picturesque ruins, were patched up with timber and earth. Rochester was strengthened, but Alfred also built new forts in strategic places. We hear of a fortress at Eorpaburnan, likely near present-day Newenden in the Weald, designed to watch the river entries. Kent became a construction site. The sound of the hammer replaced the sound of the scream. Ditches were dug deeper. Palisades were sharpened. The landscape itself was being weaponized. It was a grueling time for the average peasant. You weren't just farming your lord's land anymore. You were hauling timber for the king's wall. But the logic was undeniable. Better to sweat for Alfred than bleed for Guthrum. Then, in 892 AD, the ultimate test came, the nightmare scenario. The great heathen army, which had been ravaging the continent, decided to come back to England. And they didn't come in a few ships. They came in two massive fleets. One fleet, numbering 250 ships, landed in the mouth of the River Limen, the Rother, in East Kent. This is right down in the marshlands near Appledore. Imagine 250 dragon ships navigating the winding, muddy creeks of the marsh, disgorging thousands of warriors, horses, and camp followers. They rode 4 miles inland to that half-finished fort at Eorpaburnan we mentioned. The Chronicle gives us a grim detail. The fort was defended by a few churls, farmers. The Vikings stormed it easily, breaking the first line of Alfred's defense before the paint was even dry. Simultaneously, a second fleet of 80 ships, led by the terrifying warlord Haston, sailed into the Swale and landed at Milton Regis, near Sittingbourne. Alfred was facing a pincer movement. The Vikings had seized 2 strongholds in Kent, one in the deep south in the Undredsweald forest, and one in the north on the fertile coast. They were threatening to squeeze the kingdom to death. This campaign of 893-896 AD is the defining struggle of the era, and Kent was the chessboard. Alfred didn't rush in. He positioned his army right in the middle, somewhere near Maidstone, between the 2 Viking forces. He dared them to move. It was a masterclass in containment. He used the geography of Kent, the dense, trackless Weald, and the river lines to box them in. But Alfred knew that you can't just fight Vikings on land. They are creatures of the sea. If you want to stop the infection, you have to control the water. And this is where Kent becomes the cradle of the Royal Navy. Now, school textbooks will tell you Alfred invented the Navy. That's not quite true. The English had ships before. But Alfred redesigned the Navy. He went down to the shipyards, likely in the tidal estuaries of the Medway or the Stour, and he became a naval architect. The Chronicle describes his new ships with the obsessive detail of a car enthusiast. They were almost twice as long as the others, having 60 oars or more. They were swifter, steadier, and higher than the Viking longships. They weren't Frisian designs, and they weren't Danish designs. They were Alfred's own design, built for the specific choppy waters of the Channel. These new dreadnoughts were launched from Kentish ports. The first major naval engagement of this new era actually happened a few years earlier, in 885, at the Battle of the Stour Mouth. The English fleet encountered 16 Viking ships in the estuary near Sandwich. They attacked. They captured the ships. They killed the crews. It was a total victory. But then, a lesson in hubris. The victorious English sailors, likely exhausted and perhaps a bit drunk on success and loot, were preparing to head home when a second, larger Viking fleet appeared out of the mist. The English were caught off guard and mauled. It was a harsh lesson. The sea is never empty, and the enemy is never truly gone. However, by the 890s, the navy was learning. Alfred used his longships to patrol the coast of Kent, intercepting raiders before they could land. We have records of naval skirmishes off the coast of Thanet and the Isle of Wight. The king even hired Frisian mercenaries, expert sailors, to teach his men of Kent how to fight on the rolling decks. There is a brutal story from 896 AD that illustrates the new zero-tolerance policy. 9 of Alfred's new ships trapped 6 Danish ships in a tidal estuary, likely along the south coast. The tide went out, grounding the ships. The crews jumped out and fought a desperate battle in the mud. When the tide came back in, the Danes managed to float 3 of their ships and escape. But they were so battered they couldn't row against the wind. They were washed ashore in Sussex. The locals captured them and brought them to Alfred at Winchester. In the old days, they might have been ransomed. Alfred ordered them all to be hanged. It was a message sent in hemp. The coast is closed. By the time Alfred died in 899 AD, Kent had been transformed. It was no longer a soft target. It was a buffer zone, bristling with spears. The Burgle Hidage lists the fortifications: Canterbury, Rochester, Hastings, guarding the Sussex-Kent border, and Eorpa-Burnan. The ancient Roman roads were busy with messengers riding between these forts. The beacons were manned. The psychological shift was profound. The Cantware were no longer looking to a local king in Canterbury to save them. They were looking to the House of Wessex. They had become part of the angel sin, the English people. The shared suffering of the Viking Wars had welded the old tribal divisions shut. A man from Rochester and a man from Winchester were now brothers in arms, united by the fact that they both hated Danes and loved Alfred. The integration was cultural too. Alfred's revival of learning seeped back into Canterbury. The scriptoriums, which had gone silent, began to copy books again. The Archbishop, Plegmund, was a close scholar friend of Alfred. He helped the king translate the pastoral care of Gregory the Great into English. It's a poetic closing of the circle. The text that sent Augustine to Kent in the first place was now being translated by a king of Wessex and an archbishop of Canterbury working together. As the 9th century ended, the kingdom of Kent was effectively a memory, but the land of Kent was stronger than it had been in 100 years. It was the shield arm of the new kingdom of the Anglo-Saxons. The Vikings still raided. They would never truly stop until 1066. But they no longer wintered on Thanet with impunity. They no longer strolled into Canterbury to steal the gospel books. The price of this security was the loss of independence. The King of Kent was now just the King of England. The Royal Hall at Canterbury was just one of many residences. But as the people of Kent looked at their repaired walls and their new ships patrolling the Stour, they probably thought it was a fair trade. They had traded a crown for a shield, and they would need it. Because although the great heathen army had been broken, the Viking Age wasn't over. And the next great challenge wouldn't be about defending the land, but about defining the very soul of the people who lived on it. The Invicta spirit, the unconquered pride of Kent, was about to be born from the ashes of the war. If you drive through the county of Kent today, perhaps heading toward the Channel Tunnel or taking the slow road through the hop gardens and orchards, you will see a symbol repeated over and over again. It is on the road signs, on the badges of the local football clubs, on the bins, and even carved into the chalk of the hillsides. It is a white horse, rearing up on its hind legs, wild and unbridled, against a red background. Beneath it, there is often a single word written in Latin: Invicta, unconquered. It is a bold claim for a county that has been the landing zone for every major invasion in British history. We have watched the Romans, the Jutes, the Vikings, and eventually the Normans wipe their boots on the Kentish shore. So how can a people who have been invaded so many times claim to be unconquered? The answer lies in the strange, stubborn twilight of the Anglo-Saxon age, and in a legend that explains why the Kingdom of Kent, though it ceased to exist on a map, never really died in the hearts of its people. The story takes us to the year 1066. It is the most famous date in English history, the year the world turned upside down. King Harold Godwinson, the last Anglo-Saxon king, fell at Hastings with an arrow in his eye, and the flower of the English nobility died around him. The men of Kent were there, of course. By ancient custom, the Kentishmen held the right to stand in the vanguard, the front line of the royal army. They claimed the honor of the first blow. On that hill at Senlac, they fought and died for the House of Wessex, the house that had absorbed them 2 centuries earlier. When the battle was lost and William the Conqueror began his grim march toward London, he expected the rest of the South to roll over. He burned and harried his way through the countryside, terrifying the population into submission. But when he turned his gaze toward Kent, toward the vital port of Dover and the spiritual capital of Canterbury, he hit a wall of silence. The legend, written down centuries later by a monk named Thomas Sprott, tells us what happened next. It is likely a mix of folklore and fact, but it captures the essential truth of the Kentish character. The story goes that the Archbishop of Canterbury, Stigand, and the Abbot of St. Augustine's, a man named Egilsig, refused to kneel. They rallied the survivors of Hastings. They called out the feared one last time. As William's army marched toward London, passing through the dense woods near Swanscombe, the lookouts saw something impossible. The forest was moving. Thousands of men had gathered in the woods, each cutting a large green bough from the trees. Holding these branches in front of them, they marched toward the Normans, looking like a rolling tide of green leaves. It is a piece of tactical theatre that predates Shakespeare's Birnam Wood by 500 years. When they were close enough, at a signal, the men dropped the branches. Suddenly, the forest vanished, revealing a glistening wall of spears and shields. The men of Kent, standing ready to die. William, the story goes, was rattled. He was a pragmatist. He wanted a kingdom, not a graveyard. He asked them what they wanted. Stigand and Egilsig stepped forward and delivered their ultimatum: peace with our rights or war to the death. They demanded that the laws of the Kentish men, the ancient customs we have traced from Ethelbert to Whitred, be preserved. They demanded that their land tenure remain touched. They refused to be treated as a conquered people. William, looking at the phalanx of spears and calculating the cost of a long guerrilla war in the Weald, blinked. He agreed. He granted them their ancient liberties. And so, while the rest of England groaned under the heavy hand of Norman feudalism, Kent stepped into the new era with its head held high. They had technically surrendered, yes, but they had done so on their own terms. They were Invicta. Whether or not the move-in wood of Swanscombe happened exactly like that is almost irrelevant. What matters is that the law survived. The legal reality of Kent after the conquest was uniquely different from the rest of England, proving that some deal had indeed been struck. The most famous survival was the custom of Gavelkind. In the rest of medieval England, the system of primogeniture took over. The eldest son got everything, and the younger sons got nothing. It created a society of massive estates and landless poor. But in Kent, the Judish tradition held firm. When a man died, his land was split equally among all his sons. This sounds like a minor legal detail, but it shaped the physical landscape you see today. Because land was constantly being divided, Kent didn't develop the vast rolling feudal estates seen in the Midlands. Instead, it became a patchwork of small, enclosed fields, hedgerows, and independent farmsteads. It created a class of yeoman farmers who were fiercely independent. They weren't serfs. In fact, there was a legal maxim in the Middle Ages: the bodies of all Kentish men are free. If a serf from another county ran away and managed to stay in Kent for a year and a day, he became a free man. There was no villanage in Kent. This freedom created a specific kind of arrogance, or perhaps confidence, that defines the county. The men of Kent owed their loyalty to the king, but they owned their land. They were greycoats, wealthy farmers who didn't care for the pretensions of the nobility. There is an old rhyme from the 16th century that ranks the Kentish yeoman above all others: a knight of Gales, a gentleman of Wales, and a laird of the North Country. A yeoman of Kent with his yearly rent will beat them out all three. The survival of this identity also preserved the ancient geographical split we saw way back in Section 3. To this day, there is a playful but distinct division in the county. If you are born west of the River Medway, you are a Kentish man. If you are born east of the river, in the old heartland of the Jutes where Hengist first landed, you are a man of Kent. The Kentish man of the West is historically more connected to London and the Saxon influence. The man of Kent of the East, holding the lands of Thanet, Canterbury, and Dover, considers himself the true heir of the kingdom, the guardian of the unconquered rights. The River Medway, which witnessed the battles of the invasion and the civil wars, is still the boundary line of this ancient tribal memory. And what of the Oisingas, the royal line that claimed descent from Woden? They are gone, their bones dust in the crypts of St. Augustine's Abbey, but their legacy is written in the stone of the cathedral. Canterbury remains the spiritual capital of the Anglican Communion, a global legacy that started with a frightened monk meeting a pagan king in a field in Thanet. The laws of Ethelbert, the first written English, set the precedent that the law is something to be codified and respected, a concept that traveled across the ocean to influence the legal systems of the New World. The landscape itself is a history book. If you walk the North Downs Way today, you are walking the trackway that the Jutes used to penetrate the interior. If you look at the oast houses with their conical roofs, used for drying hops, you are seeing the descendants of the agrarian wealth that paid the Danegeld. If you stand on the cliffs of Dover, you are standing on the gateway to Britannia, the white wall that has fascinated and frustrated Europe for 2,000 years. The kingdom of Kent was small. It never commanded the vast territories of Northumbria or the military might of Imperial Mercia. It was a pocket kingdom, a peninsula stuck out into the sea. But its influence was disproportionate to its size. It was the laboratory of the English nation. It was where the English language was first written, where the first church was built, where the first laws were codified, and where the first bridge between the Germanic and Roman worlds was built. As we close the book on the Kingdom of Kent, we are left with the image of the white horse. It is a symbol of energy, of stubbornness, and of continuity. It reminds us that history isn't just about the lines on a map changing. It's about the people who live on the land. The Cantware survived the Romans, the Jutes, the plagues, the civil wars, the Mercian yoke, the Viking fire, and the Norman conquest. They absorbed them all and remained stubbornly themselves. Tonight, the wind is likely blowing off the North Sea, rattling the windows of the modern houses on the Isle of Thanet, just as it rattled the timber halls of Hengist. The waves are still eating away at the chalk, changing the shape of the kingdom inch by inch. But the story remains. It is buried in the place names: Ebbsfleet, Sandwich, Canterbury, Otford. It is whispered in the apple orchards of the Weald. The kingdom is gone, but the Invicta spirit remains. The gateway is still open. I'm glad you took this journey with me, from the misty arrival of the Three Keels to the green boughs of Swanscombe. It's been a long road through the centuries. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the Lost Kingdom, please do leave a like and subscribe for more bedtime histories. I'd love to hear in the comments which part of the Kentish saga resonated with you the most. Was it the laws, the saints, or the sheer stubbornness of the resistance? Until next time, wherever you are in the world, and whatever time it is, I wish you a peaceful night and a quiet sleep. Good night.